Welcome to Texas Card House Live. I'm Kyle Whammo Frisbee. We're in Austin, Texas. I'm Kyle.
Hello,
This
Kyle.
is Uncle T. Thanks for joining us.
You're supposed to give me the whole America's favorite uncle thing.
Well, you already know this, so, and so does the audience. We have a great lineup tonight. We got Jay Wynn, we got Kevin Y,
Doug,
Just James.
Bertram. Yeah,
played with him yesterday, so this is going to be great.
Yep. Start off with the bomb pot, our favorite bingo game.
Double board PLO.
Also, a couple of new players we see there in seat one. I played. I don't know what the young man's name is on his online, but we'll find that out in a second.
Yeah, Kevin here with a great PLO hand, but unfortunately kind of bricks.
And there's the seven deuce, JMO.
Let's see, we have Doug, a regular on the stream. Great to have him.
Yep, Doug's in seat 8.
So trip sevens for JMO.
Now he's got the boat, 7-2s.
Oh, he also has the deuce.
And he's got overcards, which
nice
is
to have a friend.
Yep, it is. There's King Queen for Steady Eddie, seat 6. Also a player we've played with before. Very good player. Love these younger players. So knowledgeable so early.
Ace of hearts, 9 of hearts on the turns.
Didn't see Jack 10 for Broadway. The hearts are there anyway. 7 deuce is still good, although it's kind of hard knowing that JMO doesn't hit his higher cards to make the boat better. Set of
just
sixes.
James actually rivers a set of queens, or sixes, excuse me.
And there is no Broadway. And there is no hearts. Wow.
So JMO and Kevin Y are going to take down the first split bomb pot.
Well, Asa in the box ran through that very quickly, which makes our analysis more difficult, but it does move the game along.
He's great at what he does. Played the tournament with him recently. He's a very good player. I picked up on. So nice to have him in the box.
Welcome to all you chatters.
Yeah, hop in the chat, comment, ask us a question if you like. Happy to engage.
Yeah, we'll ask you some questions tonight. Colin always, the Whammo and I always come up with questions that we can share with people and see their experiences, their playing experiences and others.
Yeah, we have a few ideas.
Yeah.
We'll get to those later.
Yep.
Steady Eddie with ace jack off. Doug gonna call with the pair of threes. A flip to the flop, but
flip to the flop. You're gonna start rapping here. Yeah, gut shot.
I wish I was that skilled.
Yeah. Nobody from my part of the world is that skilled in that. Not my age, too.
So threes are still good here.
Yeah. As is the case with every small pair you have, you know the board's going to be big.
Yeah, Steady Eddie looking for 9 outs.
Not getting the view of the 5th card yet. What does the river say? Yep, threes are good.
Wow, and Trays will take it down. Nice hand for Doug.
All right, folks, it's a beautiful night in Austin. A little warm out if you're not from this part of the world, but we love our clear weather in Austin after rain.
Very nice. Yeah, it's been a very rainy year so far.
That's a good thing. We're water low, typical Texas. But
yeah,
we appreciate you joining us on a Monday night for the 2-5. As Bertram comes in, I saw him coming in the door.
Bertram, a regular on the
Yeah.
stream. Great to have him back. Yeah, this will be very interesting. Jaywin actually played some pretty high stakes poker recently, and coming off a pretty big win. So we'll see what he wants to do
Always
tonight.
does wonders for the confidence in your game, which translates into better play. In my case, always.
Yeah.
In the
Yeah, I
roller
feel like I
coaster.
played better after, winning.
In the roller coaster that is my game, it's always good to be going down the hill. But you got to hit bottom. And
Flush
nice
draw for Kevin.
Flush draw. Not much for just James.
Small bet into a small pot. I think just James
Just
gets
takes it
out of
down.
there.
Yeah. Wasn't his board.
So Kevin's going to take down hand number 3.
Kevin's got the mysterious look. We cannot read
Always.
his face. Even if he didn't have that on, we wouldn't be able to read his face. Fishmax coming into seat 1.
Hillbilly says hello. What a great chat name. Good to meet
Hillbilly.
you, Hillbilly.
It's got to be either one of your relatives or one of mine.
Yeah. It would match. Yeah. So Kevin with the early lead here. Throughout the night, we'll be showing the stack sizes and profit and loss along the bottom of your screen.
We can see on stream anyways later.
Very early.
All right, let's play the Dak Prescott.
There we go. The hand number 4.
If Lottie was here, we'd be talking about a race car driver. The Kevin Harvick, maybe.
Yeah.
He's retired now. But with you, I want to play cowboy numbers. Wearing my star cap. My stars got knocked out the other night, so I'm in a little bit of pain. But the Mavericks are doing great, so we're not going to complain about much. Sad note in cowboy world, Larry Allen, the
I saw,
world-class strongman and amazing big man athlete, passed away at the age of 52, if you didn't know.
Yeah.
Very sad day. Very young man.
I agree. Yeah, I was sad to see that.
Yeah. Died with his family on vacation.
What a great player.
Not a bad way to go, though. So I hate the thoughts and prayers comment, but we are sad today.
Yeah.
A little bit of a mystery card. We're going to go in the tank
mystery
here.
cards here.
Yeah.
Very connected board, rainbow.
All Broadway cards. And we know that Steady's got the jack. 9-7's not feeling very good.
Bertram is going to bet out here, and he's generally on the tighter side, even though this can be kind of fun. So we don't know what he has, but I'm going to imagine that he connected with his board.
I'm going to guess King Queen. And it's going to remain a mystery. So we're going to call it King Queen.
Yeah.
We'll just blame our producer Mel for that.
Good idea for JMO to
hand 5,
get out
no
of the way
cards.
There.
Couldn't see him.
Huh?
No, it didn't read. 50% of the cards were a mystery. Yeah, she confirms I was absolutely right. It was King Queen. I lie.
On to hand number 5. We'll be with you until 10 o'clock Central tonight. Settle in. Usually 90 to 100 hands, approximately.
Although at this pace.
Yeah, we might get, we're on a heater of a pace.
Fishmax gets his money, all black chips. So he's ready to go with $1,000. So our 2-5 game is always entertaining. Last week or week before last, last week we were off for the holiday, but week before last it was all about the premiums.
Yeah.
A month ago it was all about the sets.
Yeah.
So
that was a fun stream.
What do you think is going to be the predominant theme of tonight? Give me a storyline.
Well, just to throw out a third idea, maybe it's people getting it in there with a big draw
Hmm.
and
So some
hitting.
prospecting. You're going to say it's going to be a prospector's night. I like
Speaking
it.
of drawing hands, Barber's got the premium drawing hand, Ace King offsuit.
With a little
And
surprising for
J-Win
him.
here with our first premium pocket jacks.
Up against the Ace King.
And JMO with the real hand too. He's got King Queen suited. And he is going to 4-bet to $300.
Well, Hillbilly, my neighbor sold my favorite goat. That is a country and western song just waiting to be written. So get on that.
Yes.
Interesting pre-flop action there.
Yeah.
So we're going to have 900
Big pot.
plus to a flop.
And a total misboard. So the
Total
jacks
brick.
are
So this
totally
is
in good. The
great
jacks
for
love
J-Win.
this board. And Barber doesn't hate it, to tell you the truth. Because
Yeah,
he's
Barber
got the
shouldn't hate
best
it.
non-paired hand you could have. That'll change
Ace
things.
on the turn for Barber. Takes the commanding lead, 95% to win here.
Well, Barber, have yourself a merry little Christmas. Your presents came early.
Yeah, we'll see what Barber does here. He's got 1.2K behind 1K pot, so his SBR is just a little over 1. Makes a small-ish raise. Pretty easy for J-Win to get out of there with jacks when the ace hits. And
he
Barber's-
shows. He is not to be trifled with, so he shows his cards. How you like that play?
I think that play is good if you want to set up some later bluffs. But if you plan to play
Tight. Yeah.
ABC, it's not a good
GTO.
idea. So I guess it just depends on what he has in his head of setting up later bluffs, possibly.
I do like that early, either to show a bluff or to show a nut hand, but no more. They just showed bluffs out in the game I was playing outside the 1-2 game, and I'm like, guys,
I like to show
entertaining
bluffs,
but not wise.
And then play off of it. Would love to play this stream, Edward says in chat.
You know, I always tell people I believe the sign-up date is a week ahead of time.
You
So
can
get
sign
on
up-
Poker Atlas or call up to the place, up to TCH. Our lovely hostesses and hosts, who are also lovely, will write you down. Or if you come into play, let them know. But if we start getting back to the way we were, a little cold in the spring, but if we get back to the way we were, you'll need to do it early.
So we've got J-Win here with top pair way ahead. Steady Eddie's going to turn top pair and river two pair
on a very straighty board.
J-Win had 90+% equity and gets beat here.
Makes a $105 bet.
Kind of a brutal river.
This is going to be Eddie's good friend of mine. Love playing with him. Always fun. And he raises. Did he just call? Oh, he just called.
I think
a little
he just
worried
called.
about ace queen.
I think you have to raise there for thin value. If you get re-raised, you can just fold, but you're missing out on some extra dollars most.
You did not take the Value Town exit.
So Barber here in the lead. He's up over $700 early on. Hand 7.
So, Edward, I hope that helps. We'd love to see you come and play. Again, Poker Atlas, you can sign up online. Just go to the wait list under the cash games. At the very bottom will be the 2-5. And hit that and sign up. If you have an account with Poker Atlas, that's how I always check in.
Yeah. Likewise. You can be here and sometimes a seat will open and you can hop in, but for the most part, signing up ahead of time is.
And it's better to be early than late. It depends on where you end up on the wait list. You know, the
Yeah.
first 9 have a guaranteed seat, but they only hold them for 15 minutes into the stream, is my understanding. So definitely want to be here on time. As I saw today, there were 3 or 4 2-5 players that we've seen on the stream out playing 1-2. So you could lose that seat pretty quick if you're late.
I think we have trip kings.
No,
Nope, we
but
do not.
we have 2 pair for JMO. That's the best hand so far. And he leads out for 25. Probably not going to get anybody to call him. Yeah, J-Win. And J-Win now picks up the spades as a possibility.
Brings
No
in
joy.
an ace on the river.
That's going to slow everybody down to nothing, unless J-Win
Yeah.
decides to bluff with this. Great card to bluff with, but if he thinks he's facing kings, he's not going to do it.
I think J-Win's going to put a bluff in here.
Is that your analyses? Well, if he does it, he's got to make a pot-sized bet, or he's going to get called off. And he triples the pot.
Overbets it.
And
Big.
great play.
Easy win.
It's
Nice
that's
hand,
the
J-Win.
thing you don't want to see if you got king and 8, because you're already afraid of the king. You throw out that feeler bet 25, get snapped, basically. Great read by J-Win that the king was involved.
Scare card for his opponent if they don't have the king.
All right, I'm going to start early tonight. Chatters, hit the like button. We'd love to get to 150. That is always our goal. Likes. So hit them early and often. I guess you can't hit them often. But it's not like our political elections where you can vote for early and often.
So JMO is going to raise Queen 9 suited. Nobody else with much so far. Oh, but Kevin with the Cowboys.
In the big blind, or in the straddle position, always fun to get a
Beautiful
big hand.
spot to have a premium pair.
And knowing Kevin, as these players do, they know he likes to squeeze in some cases. So this is going to, a big bet like this is going to look like a squeeze. I don't know if JMO likes this hand that much. I do. I love the Queen 9. This is my new favorite.
This is
Queen
the
9.
Uncle T.
Yeah, I mean, it's always 10-8 is always my favorite hand. The Queen 9 has kind of won me some money lately.
7 high flop.
Yeah.
2 hearts.
And Kevin makes a very, very tactical check. Now the hearts get there.
Brutal turn, though, for Kevin. That's a big scare card.
GMO's open-ended now, but they're all thinking about the hearts in case, especially the caller GMO is going to look like he could bluff at this very, very easily.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get Kevin off of it. I assume Kevin is not going to give up to this bet.
Not that bet.
Especially as small as it was.
Yeah, 1/5 pot or less.
I think he's probably going to go for a raise right now to figure out where he's at.
Just smoothie.
But what do I know? Smooth balls.
Oh, that's going to kill everybody's
Atrocious
action.
River.
Yeah.
Another heart.
JMO hates that because it mixes his he's got all the showdown value here. Well, he has none, really, because he has nothing. But
yeah, 4 hearts on the board.
And a straight.
As you all know,
9-10.
Yeah.
He's going to give it up and lose. Nice try.
Kevin's going to win a nice spot there. Not the run out you want to see when you have pocket kings.
Yeah.
Kind of brutal.
The last card that JMO wanted to see was a card that made it look like his hearts got beat by somebody calling him off with a high heart. So I hate those 4-liners, especially with suits. They just, it's just, especially I flopped 8-4 of clubs. Don't make any comments about me playing 8-4 clubs. But I got there for free. So flop the clubs. And when the club came out on the turn, I was like, holy heck. That's not what I
Yeah.
said in actuality. But sure enough, the guy to my left had the ace.
Yeah, I attempted a bluff yesterday on a 4-heart board, holding no hearts, but my opponent called me with the 4-5 of hearts, and I was a little stunned.
How big was the bet?
Is a 1-3 game here at Texas Card House,
Yeah.
and $100 into about 250. Kind of a tough call to make.
Very tough.
Yeah, if I could have seen his cards face up, I would have still bluffed.
Well, like I told the guy yesterday when I called off his set of queens stupidly with the ace, I'm not a good enough player to fold. Sometimes they get you in a head. Looks like Kevin's got the 8, so he's ahead. Not much action in the pot because of the wetness of the board. He does block the straight, but steady Eddie's not going to put any action into this.
Yes.
Kevin makes a very
Steady
small
Eddie with an
$20 bet,
airball here.
$15 bet. Maybe thinking about coming over the top. Such a small pot. Yep. Thought better. So Kevin's off to a good little win percentage to start
Absolutely.
off with.
Consistent winner on the stream for sure. Albert H says, "Let's go J win."
All right, Jay Win fan. Everybody do the wave.
Definitely a fun player to watch.
Yeah, we've already seen one
Make
good
it happen.
bluff.
Open raise and someone 3-bets me and I fold. That doesn't count for anything, right? That's just a flop, right? No. If you raise and
PFR shown at the bottom of your screen. I would wait until about 30 hands before
Yeah. As
paying
the
close attention.
statistical relevance is not
Yeah.
there yet.
Not quite.
I might even say 50 hands.
JMO with king queen off. Kevin with another playable hand. Queen jack suited.
So pretty when you get those suited
It
broadways.
is out of position, but does go ahead and 3-bet it.
I agree with that. That's how a lot of people like have their stats, you know.
As I believe GTO would tell you to do, and he's going to go ahead and take it down. King,
You a
queen
GTO
off.
guy? You consider yourself a GTO guy?
I consider myself a GTO foundation with exploitive approach on top of it. So I think if you start with GTO, you have a foundation that keeps you out of rough spots that you might end up in. And then I think you have to be exploitive based on the players at the table. And that's the beauty of live poker is you can pinpoint, hey, this is a player that is raising too much in early position. Even though GTO might tell you that ace-10 offsuit in late position is not a 3-bet, you can 3-bet that player.
Yep.
So what about you?
I'm more of a GMO than I am a GTO guy. No, I mean, I pay attention to GTO. I had a very good player tell me once, GTO is just a strong basis for folding a lot.
That's true.
So I
Yeah.
get that, and I should probably fold more. Yesterday, great example of that. But I have gone back after having a foundation of what kind of player I thought I am. And that's what I always encourage people to do. Yeah, build a foundation, but also get comfortable with what kind of player you think you are. What
Yeah.
are you comfortable in doing? And
Yeah.
then apply the GTO or any system or thought process to that.
We got a set here for just James. And flush draw on the turn for Bertram and Fish Max. Bertram with the best heart.
Yeah,
Just
there's
James
a
has to hate
nice
that
little
turn.
Yeah, he does, and he's got a little bit of a feeler bet here. The good thing about these players is they don't assume flushes come in as quickly as 1-2,
Yeah.
even 1-3 players do, cash players. With only 3 people in the hand, they know that Bertram's going to come into this exactly because of the hard draw.
I placed it in 2 to 1.
Misses it.
That's like a
But
slam dunk.
they know
7 of
this.
clubs on the river is a total
I
brick.
guess he did.
Really.
He survived. He did
Just James said is still good here.
Democratic candidate. He doesn't have to win the election.
I'm jealous right now. I never hit my deuces. Never.
That's funny.
Yeah.
There has to be a lot of arguments that you won't make it.
How do you win yet? No.
All right, bet from Just James, $100.
What'd you bet it on?
Like what site?
Yeah, like what market?
Bertram's going to get out of there, and Just James with his first
Yeah,
pot
first.
of the night. You got V pips at the bottom. Expect to see the winning players later on.
This
after
is the
more hands.
probably the one I pay the most attention to.
I totally agree. Somewhere between 20 and low 30s
Yeah.
is typically a winning formula.
And again, I'd wait till hand 50 to even pay attention. Maybe 30,
Yeah,
35. Started being
It'll
indicative.
take some time.
Yeah.
It would have been so funny every day he released another one. He just had content ready to ship. I wonder.
So it looks like we've got the $10 straddle on for the most part. So we're really playing 2, 5, 10. And in Texas, that's comparable probably to 10-20
Yeah, 1025.
in most spots.
Yeah, I agree. Very talkative table tonight. Having a nice conversation. Sometimes this can be what I always joke is, a mortician's convention.
It's true.
Very somber, very serious.
Yeah, a lot of these guys have spent a lot of hours playing poker with each other.
Yeah.
I know for sure. Jay Wynn, Doug, Kevin,
Bertram,
for sure. Bertram
Just
has been on
James,
stream
yeah.
a lot.
Steady Eddie.
JMO is new and flops top pair.
Now, if you play at TCH here in Austin, you know JMO.
Yeah, he's a
I
great
won't use
player.
his real name, but
Yeah.
very good, studious player, young player. I tell people all the time, I don't like playing with people my age. I'd much rather play with these younger people. They just stretch me.
Yeah.
They're very well foundationally built in the game, most of them. Although I will say that they're more enjoyable winning hands from. I just enjoy, there's a little bit of that, I don't know, age thing where it's like,
Yeah. Well,
I know their foundation in playing is so much better than mine at this stage in their life.
if you're familiar with Crush Live Poker, as we go to a bomb pot here, there's a term called OMC, Old Man Coffee. And Tom, while you might qualify age-wise, you're definitely not one.
Thank you.
But that's typically kind of tighter player that plays a very tight range.
Yeah. Gripes a lot about results.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I do. I that's my joke. My running joke is I make up for my age with my immaturity.
Get the hands loaded here.
Barber with the aces. Beautiful. Was that single suited? No, non-suited aces with queen jack, all Broadway cards. A nice hand for Steady Eddie, although he hated getting that third club. Otherwise, not too much in the way of PLO proudness.
Yeah, 2 pair for Just James on the top board.
Well,
2 pair,
6-8,
not something to get
6-8
super
on
excited
both
about
boards. Yeah, for
in a bomb
Doug.
pot, but
Yeah. He's got top 2. Doug's got 2 pair on both, but you know what they say, that's you've got your own outs. There's no 4-5 out there to fill in or 7-5 to fill in that bottom board. So the straights are not much in play.
here we go. Bertram had high equity. We'll get the hands loaded back on the
You
screen.
can only jam so many of them into the screen, otherwise you wouldn't see anything but.
Yeah, Bertram had 37% equity with, I believe, King Jack of Hearts. We'll wait to see that in a moment.
Right now, JMO, he must have folded because JMO's got the equity, but he folds. So there are no hearts in play and really no straights on the bottom. There's no 4-5. I didn't 7-9. I don't know. I didn't see that. So the nuts is not there for either boards.
Yeah, so Doug, good equity on the bottom board.
And just James
His
is leading on the
two-pair.
top. Yep. Jay Wynn can fill out. No, he really can't fill out. He can straighten out. I'm guessing this is going to check all the way around.
There we go. Just James. Queen 8, way ahead. And then he also has a club draw on the bottom. So has the best opportunity to scoop. Scoop meaning you win both boards in a bomb pot.
And once again, the 9-7 is the nuts and the 4-5 is the nuts to this point. And neither one of those are in play. It's going to keep this bomb pot a little smaller. Jay Wynn came in for 300. Pot size bet with the least amount of equity on both boards. Does have a little bit better on the top because of his, what, Jack 9. He could hit a, no. Yeah, he could hit a 10 to make the nuts on top. And he could hit a 4 to straighten out on the bottom.
Yeah, just James. Interesting call. I don't like chasing king high flushes and bomb pots. Usually not good.
Yeah.
Even if you get there. But
well, the good thing about it is he sits that the 7-9 or the 7-4 is not there. So he's bet maybe on the Queen 8 is his backup plan. It's always nice to have top 2 on a fairly uncoordinated board. The heart comes, it's going to, and it does.
There we go.
And
ace on the river.
4-5 would still be good on the bottom. Right now, the bottom is Jay Wins with a 3.
Pretty amazing, actually.
Yes.
Just James has to feel. Actually, both players have to feel like they're a little unconfident here.
So aggression always wins these. It's just if Jay Wynn makes the same bet, we'll take the
I bet
whole
he
thing.
pots it. Nope.
He
checks back. Okay.
And they're going to split it.
Yeah, that was really the two options. You can check back or pot it.
Just
really
a
make a
naked
value
3 on
bet.
the bottom. Jay Wynn's like Merry freaking Christmas.
Maybe. I mean, I was thinking of jamming.
Barber still the big winner so far, up about $700. Kevin, just under 400.
Yeah, I checked jam. Would have got through. I almost put it in.
Yeah, the big win was that ace king hand. Yeah. Correct? Because of all the pre-flop action.
Yeah.
Jacks, ace king, queen jack.
Yeah, turn the
Yeah.
turn the ace.
Turn the ace.
Always such a big relief when you brick the flop with ace king and then you turn top pair.
Yeah. That's the joy of playing ace king. As our friend Rob the dealer always says, it's just a drawing hand.
Yeah.
But when you do hit it,
yeah, it feels.
I want to say yeah, but I immediately stop myself and say, but wait.
Yeah.
Make your play based on what you believe, but beware.
When I get dealt ace king offsuit, my blood kind of curdles a little bit.
Yeah.
And then I think, all right, well, we've got a long journey ahead.
Yeah. But that's how the queens beat me yesterday on the turn.
Yeah.
I crushed ace king with an ace, and the turn was a queen on a very straighty Broadway board. So Yeah.
I think we have jacks for Fish Max here. We'll get the hands reloaded on your screen. Oh, it looks like there was a misread from the table.
Yeah,
so
Kevin Y does not have Jack Deuce.
we do have a RFID, so if a card passes too close to someone else's sensor,
the nuts for Jaywin on the
and
flop.
Jaywin just flops the
So we're going to have a
joint.
mystery hand. Kevin does not have Jack Deuce. As Jaywin comes out for a $200 bet. He does not like the spades, but he's not going to get too jerky about it. Still wants to get value out of what was a $300 pre-flop hand. Kevin calls it, so he's got some better Jack Deuce, folks. I hope he doesn't have Ace Deuce, because that would be a cooler.
Especially queens. Queens would be a disaster.
That would be a real cooler.
Unlikely.
Yep.
Probably one of his cards is correct. Maybe he has jacks.
Well, maybe Ace Deuce. That's why I'm saying if he's got Ace Deuce.
Yeah, he could. Yeah.
You know, in the hijack, yeah, it's possible.
Big pot brewing.
Very
over
big.
$1,000 in the middle.
Safe card for Jaywin. He ain't worried about much. And he also knows Kevin does not, chase flushes, so he can make semi-value large bets. Yeah, he's got to have Ace Deuce. He's got to, or queens. That's total brick for everything. Matter of fact, it makes Jaywin straight the nuts as if it wasn't the nuts already.
I think Jaywin's going to go for all of it. SPR.
Well, all right. So
one.
what's your bet size here? He's going all in. Okay. Well, not so much for that idea.
Yeah, all in.
All in for
I thought he would stick it in there.
Yeah, it's a little less than full pot, so 80% of the full pot value before.
It looks like 70%. Kevin.
If he's got Ace Deuce, I don't see how he does.
Just the way he's handling his chips here, I think he's gonna call.
So we're running through Kevin's head. That complex, very brambly, thorny place that is Kevin's brain. He's thinking he's up against 5, 4, or 3 set because of the action.
Yeah.
That's what I would be thinking. If he's got Ace Deuce, or if he has a set himself, he's going to be thinking about the straight. Sure, that's there, but that would be a real cooler.
Yeah, I assume one of his cards is correct, so I think Ace Deuce is a good guess.
So he's thinking right now, I'll only get beat by 7-6. Only. If he does have the wheel.
Yeah.
Fascinating hand, folks. Actually, it's kind of makes it more interesting because we don't know what he has.
Yeah, it's kind of fun, actually.
Fascinating hand.
I mean, obviously, there's sets he could have that are pretty vulnerable. Clearly a tough spot for him. Just the way after Jaywin went all in and he immediately started counting his chips.
Yeah.
Makes me lean call.
Yeah. This is for 55% of his chips. And I guarantee you he knows exactly what it is in his head.
Like 4 nights a week. You do that like 4 nights a week? Or they do that on Sunday.
I don't think he would be tanking with a busted.
No.
Yeah, flush or open ender.
Even with ace queen, ace or queen 8 even. I don't think he'd be tanking. I think he would have folded by now.
6th Street, yeah, that's where I was. Yeah.
Possibly if the jack is correct, he has queen jack.
Yeah,
I
still think he folds.
Yeah, I think he folds.
He's going to put him on a set minimum. He only beats a bluff then.
Yeah,
he even loses to ace queen.
I agree.
So, I mean,
if I have queen jack with the configuration of this hand, I'm out of there.
And we know Kevin very well from a poker standpoint. And we know that this brain is going through all of these permutations. And by now he already knows how many hands he beats and how many he loses. And he
Makes the
calls
call.
and immediately folds it. Well, we'll try to get some intel from you, or from Kevin. He won't want to talk for about 30 minutes probably, although he's not a steamy guy at all.
Pot of the night so far
Yeah,
for Jay
the
Win.
big one is 32.75 or close to it. Wow. Wow.
Very nice.
Well, Jay Win is hot still.
Yeah, I think it's likely that Kevin had a set or a straight with ace
I think he
deuce,
had to
as you
have the
mentioned.
wheel. I think he had to have had the wheel.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys, tell us in the chat what you think Kevin had. That'll be our first question of the night. Give us your input on that. You saw the hand rolled out. Whammo and I had plenty of time to analyze all the possibilities for you. So let's put up a little question in the
Yeah.
chat. What did Kevin have?
Biggest pot of the night so far.
WWKD. KD. What would Kevin do? What did he have? I don't know. And he's the only one at the table that knows right now. So
Oh yeah? On 6th Street?
Suited broadways for just James here. Jay Win with the suited connector. Barber with lesser broadways of the unsuited variety.
I do like that hand. Yeah, I like 8-7 of clubs suited, just like the 7-6 of clubs. I like the queen jack. So we're getting votes in. Ace-2 suited. I agree. I think ace-2 of diamonds, Justin. That was my first guess. Shaheen says ace-deuce. All right.
Yeah, I think ace deuce suited makes a ton of sense.
Boy, here's another straighty
So it
board. that now
checks
pairs up.
around. 5 high, 2 threes. No flushes. Total rainbow on the turn.
First person to bet wins. And it's going to be Jay Win, as it often is. And he's in the cutoff there, so it's a great time to bet. And Barber's going to fold.
Yeah, you just can't continue with 2 overs right there.
And somebody could have ace-3 there. When that second 3 comes out, you're like, fine.
Another nice hand for Jay Win. My favorite hand number 15.
Guessing he had a wheel doesn't make sense at all. All right, tell me, Imran, why? What did you think he had?
Yeah, glad to engage with the chat.
Educate me.
What would be the other option that makes the most sense?
If we kind of, we were kind of going by maybe one of those cards was right, but let's just assume neither one of them were right. All right, what's the other combination? It's possible that he had the set.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Did he have a set of fives?
Kevin's good enough. He says in the chat he would have snapped.
Well, I will say this, Imran, having spent as much time at the table with Kevin as I have,
Yeah.
I don't think he would snap other than the nuts.
Yeah, I don't
that
think so.
good.
And we've got a good matchup here. We've got Kevin with ace queen, steady Eddie 3-betting ace king.
If you could have played that, we would have been like, no, he only had one pair.
Now, what it brings up a good point. It was 3-bet pre, and that's a good point. But it was Jay Win. So
The other option might
that's
be
Jay
jacks.
Win.
There was a queen on the turn, which would make him tank, but he has an overpair on the flop. But yeah, possibly.
No, I don't think he makes that call.
What happened? Did he buck a winner?
Possible, but I put that maybe number 4 or 5 on my list.
Yeah, I agree. So now we've got a
Diamonds are
gutter for both players.
Kevin with the better diamond draw, or the diamond draw.
I've mucked the nuts on that draw.
Everybody misses once again. Smaller pot, 267, not too bad. Steady Eddie's going to take it.
Wow, nice hand.
Kevin's got to feel a little bit snake bit.
But no, it is a story. Try to game like this.
Well, I agree, Imran. The great thing about that 3-bet is that it makes it very difficult for Kevin to put Jay Win on 6-7.
Yeah.
But having commentated and watched and played with Jay Win, we know 6-7 suited is a 3-bet hand for him,
Yeah.
especially if he senses a little bit of weakness. So that 3-bet may have been simply to take the pot down.
Shahin asks if this is the same Jay Win
Yes.
playing at a different location, and yes.
And we never say the L word here, so I don't anyway. Although it may or may not have lost money there yesterday.
Started dealing. I was like, wait, I didn't get my half of the bomb pot.
Matter of fact, I'm such a TCH guy. I had at least 3 players come up to me and go, "You should be ashamed." But I had a friend, my old neighbors, that were going in to play there, and they said,
Yeah.
"Hey, we're going up. Come join us. Whatever."
Sure. Well, and the poker community crosses over, and you don't.
But I am a TCH guy.
Absolutely. Yeah. TCH is my
I mean,
favorite place to play.
That was a tasty one.
I'm here more than some of the floors are. So
Jack 3.
yeah, there's only one J Web.
Yeah, he had a bit of a roller coaster session yesterday, from what I understand. So
Yeah, but he came out on top.
did come out on top. Not as on top as he was at one point,
Yeah.
from my understanding, but can never be upset with winning tens of thousands of dollars. So
No,
yeah,
no, I don't know what that's like. So
and actually, this is
I would be
headed
upset.
his way so far as well. So
If I'm not 100%
Yeah, we'll get the stacks up here in a little bit and let you know. But he's doubled up.
coach at pokercoaching.com, as you see by the emblem on his shirt.
JMO with the 7s, Barber with the, we call them the J wins, the suited 7-6. James playing a hand I like to play. Have I ever mentioned a hand that I don't like to play? I think that I'm starting to get out a book on myself here. There's a lot of hands I like to play.
Yeah, it'd be a short list for me, but ace queen offsuit would be up there.
That
King
you
high
don't-
flop,
You don't like or you do like?
do not like.
Yeah.
And we got a flush draw here for Barber.
No, somebody was mentioning earlier I've
Just James with middle pair.
lost a lot of money with jacks. That's always been the most common.
Albert says he was up over 100K, and that is true.
Wow. Didn't know he got that. I only saw a short portion of it.
Ace on the river is going to slow everybody down, and just James actually with the best hand with a pair of 9s.
That's why I love the hand. Third pair. We're good. In a $130 pot.
Everybody with enough showdown value, and just James is going to take it down.
This is a little I was paying attention to that hand. I didn't know you were in the hand.
It's hard in a 2-5 game to win $100 profit in a $130 pot, but just James
You got to have
just
4
accomplished
callers.
that.
Yeah, you got to have four other people to have. I think we had 3 or 4.
I don't. You didn't sleep. Yeah, I didn't sleep. No. I got home
Yeah,
at like
so Imran, I agree with you. Kevin Shoes, you can put J Win on 5s, 4s, or 3s. That's
Rager, yeah.
the sets
So like I had to
because of the 3-bet
hold my
pre.
kid for
But
2 hours. I couldn't
he
sleep.
called,
And then
so he
my
didn't
wife eventually got up. I got
put
2 hours of sleep. It's like
Kevin on
every day or
5s,
whatever.
4s, or 3s, or he would have snapped him. And he's going to player that at the turn he's already got what he thinks the 4 or 5 most likely hands are. J Win's playing, so that's why I think the Ace Deuce is the best bet for what he had.
My brain is like working so slowly.
Kevin with a playable hand again. King Queen. Kevin picking up quite a few playable hands early here. As I said, we'll be with you until 10 o'clock Central Time here in Austin, Texas. Usually about 90 to 110 hands, somewhere in the
Yeah.
neighborhood.
Yep. If we hit 100, we always feel good, just because the action is a little bit slower. Obviously, there's a
Bertram's going to jam King 7
and
suited
Kevin
on the short
snaps.
stack.
For Kevin, that was a snap. He's got the clean run out.
And Kevin will
Kevin will
take that
take it
down.
with Broadway. Nice.
Bertram usually has the profile of buying
Tight,
in
yeah.
somewhat short,
Yeah.
but
Playing tight,
with
but,
extra
yeah.
bullets. So he's going to rebuy here.
Do you see him as a type player? I've always think of him as a
I've played
sort
with
of.
Bertram a bit. I see him as a tight-ish player,
Yeah,
but
okay, maybe that's better.
I think he's skilled as well. I want to
Oh,
be
he's very
sure
skilled.
to say that. Jay went up 1.4K thus far.
Well, Kevin made a little bit of money back to. He's still down 1K. He's in a little bit better shape now.
Yeah, a long way to go. We'll see these numbers change
Yeah.
quite a bit.
You know, we've talked about that before. How that sometimes you get down early, you know, and you almost feel satisfied to get flush, as you do having a big win.
I couldn't agree more. There's been times where the biggest win is where you're stuck early. You dig yourself out of the hole and you drive home as happy as you are on the day that you run the best.
Yeah, I got down 750
Yeah.
day before yesterday, and what's today? Sunday. Yeah. No, Saturday. Yes, and was very satisfied to go home with $47
Yeah.
profit.
Beautiful.
Felt great about it. It's like sometimes I want to just not play the first half an hour to an hour because that's where it seems like I always lose those big pots.
I think that's one of the biggest skills in a consistent winning poker player is being able to be down early and not let it change your play. Let it come to you and dig out of the hole. Phony's with us.
Pony T.
Typical chatter. Hello, TCH people. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to you.
Contradiction in terms. Happy Monday. So, and nowadays it's a lot better. I've been working from home since 2009, so a lot of the days blend together.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You were before most people.
Oh yeah. I was very fortunate. Everybody said, "Well, how did COVID affect you?" And I was like, I couldn't play poker, so I was depressed for a year and a half or however long we were. I mean, we got back sooner than that, but otherwise, it's like Albert. No.
4K and PLO. PLO is a very swingy game.
Yeah.
Doesn't
boy.
matter how good you are.
And I already know where you were playing it too. If you lost that much, that
Doug's
game
got the ladies here.
can be very, very fiery at the place where they play for that amount.
Jaywin with a pair of trays.
Gotta keep the beat.
Doug hasn't played a lot of hands in the first hour. So he's glad to get the queens. Let's see if he can keep. Yep, there you go.
Brutal flop
Brutal
for
flop.
everyone.
Yes, it's like, well, Jaywin could get away from the quick and so can
Yeah,
just
Jaywin's. That's the beauty of playing small pairs.
is.
It's so easy because if you just brick the flop, you just fold.
Yeah,
and
this
you're
is a
done with
total feeler bet by Doug. He's going to take it down. Great
it.
bet.
Yeah.
Said, oh, well, I could get a
Actually,
king or a couple of clubs. So
Nice play by Doug though to go ahead and c-bet there.
Yeah.
Doug's a very experienced and good player. A lot of people would be afraid of the ace and go ahead and check, and then they end up getting the pot taken away from them on later streets. But nice bet there by Doug.
Well, you know, the thing about it is that what I like about it is I've started betting those good pairs that turn into second pairs. Kings and an ace always shows up, you know, something like, or queens and, you know, king or an ace shows up. I've started betting them more after my pre-flop bet because I know that I'm also projecting that my range is what's on the board.
100%. Yeah.
Obviously,
you get the
with queens,
overcard.
you're going to be the pre-flop aggressor.
Yeah, if you're the three better, you can represent the ace
Yeah.
that is the overcard to your kings or queens or in that example.
And if you get called, you're like, okay, now I know where I'm at.
Yeah, now I'm behind. And yeah.
You can go into call mode or something lesser. Steady Eddie, the Queen 10 suited. Bertram with the Uncle T.
Does have the Uncle T's.
Let's see. Bingo. I'm telling you, buddy. I'm telling you.
Bertram,
I'm telling
way
you,
ahead
this is
here.
the most undervalued hand in poker, the 10-8
pair.
suited. Now, he's a little bit skinny about the hearts right now. He's kind of thinking about his next meal. But
And actually, everyone with top pair, but Bertram with top 2 pair. This will be interesting. Bertram stands to win a lot of money in this pot.
yeah, he's concerned about the hearts, but he's smart enough not to overbet it, so he doesn't, take away his value. Steady Eddie's feeling good.
Yeah,
He's like
steady Eddie.
he's purely in a calling mode now in case the ace 10 is out there.
Yeah, can't fold top pair with the solid
We
kicker
don't want to
here.
see a heart here for either player. And that complete brick card.
Brick on the turn, 4 of spades.
Now 6-7 could come into play. We've already seen it once. It was open-ended on the flop, so no. Eddie,
Yeah,
I
we'll
played
see
with
here.
Eddie. He's one of my buddies. He's thinking.
Oh, steady Eddie's going to lead into
And I would too.
Bertram.
I would too.
He's really
and
stepping
Bertram
in.
in a very frustrated way shoves, but not that much more. I mean, 228 to call in an $800 pot.
Yeah, Bertram's going to get called here
I'm afraid he is.
and double up.
And barring a dagger in the heart on the river, it's going to be a good return for him. And they agree to run it twice. You can see the equity. I mean, it's like very difficult. Steady Eddie to get his money back here. Didn't see the second board, but he's
Run
going
it
to take down both
twice.
of them.
I'm going to assume that Bertram.
Sorry we didn't get the angle for that one, folks. We're going to blame Mel again. I love you. She just put one finger in the air, but it was not a bad it was not a bad finger. Oh, wow. I'm telling you, buddy. I'm telling you. This is a great poker hand, 10-8 suited.
So I believe Bertram full. Yeah, he does full double.
Yeah,
there.
okay. The 5 showed up, so
Yeah.
Mel's out of the doghouse.
So nice hand for Bertram.
Yeah.
This has kind of been his MO.
Yeah.
He'll buy in a little short, rebuy if he loses his first.
And I didn't
bullet,
look at how
and
much he
then
rebought
build it
for.
up from there.
Was it the same bullet? Same caliber? It was the same size he bought in for after you got
Yeah,
stuck?
he typically does 500 and then 500 again.
Fish Max, unfortunately, having a hand that he's had quite a bit. Not a lot for him to play so far. Like to see these younger players come in. He's going to appear tighter than he is. He's not got any to play.
Bertram going to open raise the ace-queen offsuit from the cutoff to 60 and gets a lot of folds, and that's over.
I do love the very frustrated smash my chips into the center table by Bertram. Like,
Yeah,
I don't care what you got.
yeah.
I'm still steaming.
I've
I
got
do
top
like
two.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we both know that Bertram was about as steamy there as an Arctic summer. So, I mean, he was not. He was not.
Yeah.
Made it appear that way. Jaywin drinking that White Claw, LOL. Shaheen, I don't
Not
understand
sure
it.
about that.
I think if you put a shot of vodka into an Alka-Seltzer, I'd enjoy it more than a White Claw. Do you like them?
No.
I don't get it. It's like
We're on to a bomb pot.
the Jaywin does.
If you're not familiar with bomb pots, it's a $10 ante for every player in this game. 2 boards, pot limit Omaha. You can use the same 2 cards or any 2 cards. for best hand on either board.
But you have to use 2. There's
But you
JMO
have
with
to
the
use
aces.
2.
And Doug with kings, and he's got a set of 5s on the bottom, so he's feeling good.
I'm sure a lot of people would like this. Is not
Yeah,
what
very nice hand. Oh, a boat, actually.
Yeah, nut boat. Yeah.
I was led to believe.
And JMO with aces and nut clubs on the top board.
No, they do. But I'm saying.
Yeah, nut clubs versus second nut
Steady-
clubs for Steady
yeah,
Eddie. That's a dangerous.
Steady Eddie.
And it's kind of he kind of likes that board on the bottom because he's open-ended in case somebody just has naked 3. You know, I tell people all the time that the really smart PL or bomb pot players that I talk to, you got to have a plan B.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, J1 won that one with just a 3. That's not much of a plan B. But now, Doug is thinking, I lose to 8s only. He's thinking about this.
Yeah, Doug is worried about 8s.
Not likely.
Slightly.
If
but
that was a king or an ace, obviously he'd be in big trouble, and he would know that already because those hands stick around. He's got the kings. He's not worried about those.
Kevin's got to get out of here with this hand.
Unfortunately, yes.
But does not. He is actually going to come along.
And he does get a fold. He has a 10 on top, but the kings are going to take it with kings over 3s. So Doug is going to scoop.
Yeah, Doug's got a scooper here. Pretty surprised by that call by Kevin, but
Yep.
see, this is one of those interesting spots. A lot of people will just blast away and bet full pot, but if you feel like you have good enough equity on both boards, like you can go
Take that.
smaller,
Take exit 1 to value town.
I think, of course, we can see the cards, but I think I would bet.
And the 4. I mean, Kevin is not worried. I mean, Doug is not worried about anything on the bottom board. So he's thinking, is my kings over 3s good? If so, go on 1. Now he's thinking about should I jam to scare off a naked 3 right now, which is very unlikely. It's either a boat or bust on the top.
I think I bet half pot here. Go about 450.
He was only at Dirty Lane because he got banned from Hard Rock.
He checks it.
They
Wow.
checks, maybe.
And this is Kevin, and he spends a lot of time playing with Kevin. Kevin's like,
That is the worst
did he pot it?
ever met in my
Oh my gosh! And then he snaps him.
Snaps him.
Oh,
Oh my
Doug,
goodness.
you're a bloody genius.
What a trap by Doug.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. What a
And I
hand.
was just about to say, I think Kevin's diamonds were enough for him to maybe try to steal it. Oh,
Wow.
I mean, Kevin had
What
the
a check
straight.
by
He got the
Doug.
straight. He got the diamonds. Doug sitting there with all the power with the big diamond
Amazing
blocker.
play. Wow. 27-45 headed back to Doug's stack.
And another crushing hand for Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin not running the best so far.
Wow. I would have never bet that Kevin would jam.
I would not either. Yeah.
But he does it like every hand.
Yeah, I might have thought he could just get Doug
Doug?
off of like a weaker flush or.
Now Doug knows that I am not going to enjoy the following, but that was a bloody brilliant play.
Oh, it was great.
I don't like to say nice
Yeah.
things about Doug.
"Oh,
Yeah, I'm joking. I like Doug a lot.
No, likewise.
We give each other a real hard time at the table. There's a little, but that was bloody brilliant.
It was
The
great.
way it turned out. Now he could have just as easily got checked back, which is exactly what I thought would happen. But there was something told him. I have so much equity on both boards. I've got the nuts. I'm
Yep.
only worried about 8s. Now he may say, "No, I was worried he had 8s." I don't
Yeah.
know,
But he
but
snap call. No, he set it up perfectly.
phew.
Great play by Doug.
I don't get excited about PLO bomb pot. I'm a PLO player.
Yeah,
so
that's.
I don't get excited about these.
I would actually say that since we've been doing this together, that's the best play,
Yeah.
bomb pop play
Yeah.
that
It's
we've
so
seen.
rare that you can actually crack.
Yeah,
And
very
I'm going to
hard.
give Doug a lot of credit by saying he did that on purpose. that he made a trap play because he snapped so fast.
Yeah,
That tells
it was
me.
100% a trap, and we got just James here
Sorry, folks.
waking up with the Cowboys.
We'll catch up with the real time.
But he's always like that. It's always like that.
He's gonna 3-bet J win,
With a
who
very
has
callable
ace-9
hand.
suited. I see J win continuing here, but just James has been relatively quiet, and he's gonna
Yeah,
actually
350.
4-bet.
Well, there's only one hard rock.
And just James has a hand that is not going to fold to a 4-bet.
So what's your play here if you're James?
I think you just go ahead and
5-bet?
I think you have to 5-bet.
Yeah, I like the 5-bet here. I mean, he's like, take a little time, and then I bet pot.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
I keep it at pot, maybe slightly over pot.
Yeah,
And he jams
he just
it.
jams. Yeah, and J Wing gets out of there.
Great play, James.
Actually, don't blame either player for
No.
the hand
No.
or the way it was
And he
played.
shows the kings.
Um,
David's like, yeah, buddy, that was the bottom of your range.
yeah, and if just James is not at the top of his range there, the move by J Win is going to work. So.
Yeah.
He just like picks up. He's like,
Yeah. I agree, Captain. That was a well-played bomb pot hand. And I don't say that much. Most of the time, I'm like, you lucky son of a biscuit eater. That's usually my comment at the end of the bomb pot hand.
I swear to God, he's gonna be here next
like
week.
Versace nationwide. Yeah.
Bertram with the ladies.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of big pairs.
in
Have we
the
seen
low
aces
jack.
yet?
Yeah, he was like
I've seen a lot of.
I don't think we've seen aces.
like a huge PLO game. Last week.
I don't believe we have.
So it'll be more than anybody else in poker. And I've seen him do it like to other people, but he's done it.
It's not
Had
even a slow roll
kings,
after a while, 'cause,
queens.
like everyone just knows.
Jacks.
It's just like an added part.
As Doug takes a bite of his Kevin burrito.
Arbor makes a speculative call with 6-3 offsuit, but could outflop
Go
everyone.
all I had to do is have we had aces,
And
and
does-
we had a board of aces.
Touchy had nothing.
This is
Does
actually
flop
Queens
bottom
feels
pair.
good here. Bertram's smart enough player to know this is very unlikely that he's going to get called a few bets. And he's going to take it down.
Yeah.
No.
Wow,
Robert
Barber
calls
being
with
sticky.
6-3. Yeah, I get it. It's not much of a bet.
You can see one more street. Deuce of hearts changes nothing. Brings in backdoor
This is a go check,
hearts,
check.
but unlikely.
Bertram's like, really?
You're right. Shut up talking. Don't give him any more airtime.
Yeah, check, check.
I like the check behind by Bertram because that gives his opponent a chance to bluff.
Now this is going to be
which is
dangerous for
about
Barber
to
because he's
happen.
got the highest two pair on the board.
Yeah, so
So his 175 is going to get called. Unfortunately, a pot size bet here is not going to. It's not going to kick Bertram out of the hand.
yeah, Bertram has to call this.
I think a bigger bet he could fold. That bet, I don't know if he can fold it.
In fairness to Bertram, he's considering that a lot of players that would flop trips would play it the same way.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
But this is just a straight call. If you flop trips and you played it that way, more power to you.
Yeah, playing at a 1-2 table, this would have been called 12 seconds ago.
Yeah.
But these guys,
Makes
good
the call.
Good call.
Nice call by Bertram. Building his stack. He was felted after $500 earlier, and now he's up over 1.4K.
Yeah.
That's funny, yeah. I mean, that's way further than So Kings got diagnosed.
And we're on to hand 27 here at Texas Card House, Austin. Thanks everybody for joining us. Hop in the chat, ask a question. make a comment. Happy to engage.
So yeah, so long story short,
Got Steady Eddie here. He's going to limp with ace 7 suited. Barber with the superior ace 9 offsuit, but roughly about the same strength. And we're to a flop, ace 7 versus ace 9. Steady Eddie looking for some clubs here.
our specialist said like it's not a problem long term because it always resolves.
No clubs, 2 hearts, queen high.
If the kid gets early therapy, I think that check, 6 check, you know, the help that that kid gets early. I think it's
Deuce
very
of
important
diamonds
for them
on the turn.
just communicating.
Brings in backdoor diamonds. Barber with the ace of diamonds. Does block the nut flush draw. Barber bets and is going to win it with the best hand on what felt like a bluff, but it was indeed the best hand. Justin Latau says, "Ye finally won." I'm assuming you're rooting for Barber.
Oh, okay.
Barber, a very nice guy. I've played with him plenty of times.
Like we're not as like, but he can find
Somebody great to root for. Simon Hernandez in chat says, "First time here. Let's see what's up." Welcome, Simon.
I think like I took Micah to the park yesterday, and I found that my
Glad to have you with us.
like a little older than him. There's like a 6 and 8-year-old that he was like hanging out with. And as soon as we got back, like Micah hasn't babbled in a really long time, months. And as soon as we got back that night, he was just like babbling away.
We'll be with you all until 10 Central. Usually about 90 to 110 hands. So hop in the chat. Give us a like. We appreciate it. Kevin is going to 3-bet ace king and win it right then. Albert H. asks, when is the next PLO stream? Third. Yeah, third Thursday of the month. So the 17th. Ah. Okay. I'm being told by Mel, the producer, but in a couple weeks will be the next PLO stream, Albert.
Yeah, it's actually, I think the PLO is next week.
Okay. Next.
I don't miss that game. I will actually write that on my whiteboard. Yes.
I have played that stream and didn't know it was PLO,
How'd it go?
but played anyway.
How'd it go?
I broke even.
All right. I always tell
But
people
didn't
PLO
really
is my
run
happy
great, so
place. So.
It could have been great.
No, it's the 13th, I believe.
All right, we got top pair here for
I know you'll be there, Albert. I know it.
for Bertram. Jaywin with the only heart. And has some heart in betting here. With no pair.
I like that. He showed some heart, with his small heart.
I'm a linguistics magician.
Yeah, but you're from Texas, so that ain't saying much.
I do the best I can with what I've got.
I
So
tell people all the
Bertram-
time, I don't speak English, I speak Texas.
Bertram makes a small raise, almost a min click, and
Wow.
that'll do it. Bertram is gonna have the best hand here, but
Doesn't like the 10 much because second pair calls a lot here.
yeah, we'll see what Jaywin decides to do. Yeah, he checks it. And Check by back by Bertram makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, he's got all the showdown value there.
Yeah, and if you raise, you can't get called by something you can beat. A
Yeah,
lot of
I'm
two
gonna
pairs there, or even trip tens.
Albert. I'm gonna look at my texts to confirm. I got a text from Kristen about the
See, that's the only one I've ever used.
It's not very
next PLO live stream, and I'm gonna look at it.
yeah. That's always the response. It's like, but they could be bluffing, or they could also be betting for value. Like that's like their response.
It'll take me a minute.
Steady Eddie here with King Queen. JMO with the superior queen. He's got an ace to go with it.
I mean, if you want to just cut out all of the bullshit, you just go straight.
Kristen, now that you're in the room, would you confirm that the PLO live stream is next Thursday?
I saw that.
It is confirmed.
So we got
We
King
believe
Queen
Mel,
versus
but we
Ace
believe
Queen.
Kristen more.
Low Jack versus Under the Gun plus
You
2.
go ChatGPT, like, should I open 7-2 offsuit? And it would be like, generally speaking, this is a weak hand.
2 a flop.
But there are certain
9 high,
situations
2 heart.
where you should open 7-2 offsuit. Like literally, that's
Nobody
what
with the heart.
ChatGPT.
Kristen, I always believe you more, but I do love Mel a little bit more. She's like my little sister that you keep having to walk to the bus stop because she gets lost. Our producers, Kristen, our assistant producers, Kristen and Mel, helping us out tonight. We're always so appreciative. Make our life so easy. Well, that's the only thing that's important is that Kyle and I have an easy life. We're single guys. As long as we're in focus, I don't feel like it. Yeah, I'm like the cameras get out of focus. I feel like I'm having a neurological event. Calling my neurologist, saying I'll be there tomorrow.
So $10 straddle back on here.
Yeah, it wasn't
Has been
mandatory
all
tonight,
night.
wasn't it? Has it been on? Mandatory $10? I think they
It
probably
appears to be mandatory.
So we didn't have a formal announcement, but everybody's doing it.
Right. That's the thing.
It's like all bad habits, peer pressure. I have no peers, so I don't have any pressure.
Kevin's going to raise 9-5 suited. (9-5) being better than 9-4 because you can make a straight with it. Important to know.
You know, that's the level of commentary that I think you bring to the table that is just so superior to everything else I've listened to.
Is that the best side note that I've ever provided?
It may be. It's definitely top 5. You just got a level of intuition about 9-5 that none of us have.
I actually, part of the reason I brought it up
though.
is I think a lot of people don't actually realize the reason 9-5 suited is so much better than 9-4 is for that exact reason. So,
well, that's the basic poker premise is that every straight has a 10 or a 5.
Viewers, but it's good to know that
every straight has a 10 or a 5 in it. That's what you should start with.
That's a very accurate and good point.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't come up with that myself. I think that the man that invented playing cards probably figured that out sooner. But
whoever invented it did it just the right way.
Oh yeah.
The margins are so thin, and the fact that there's 50-50s with under pairs versus 2 over cards.
Yep.
Just makes it kind of perfect.
Well, still over 757. All I can tell you is they pay us way too much to be quiet.
J-Win's got big slick here. He will raise it up and take it down. Probably a little unhappy to get no action.
It doesn't matter what
With the
everybody else is
Like my cool story is so in November of 2019.
Well, it's been a night of premiums, at least of good hands versus good hands. So I vote we continue. Please continue, Asa.
I was visiting them for their Thanksgiving shit. Anyway, so
You want to tell them about our new after this hand? Tell our new schedule of tournaments.
Yeah, we get into it. Got a new location opening up,
Yep.
and actually to a point made in chat as far as hearing the players. We'll have a new studio, a new live stream table. Players will be easily heard, and so we'll get to that in a moment. 10 high flop here, 2 hearts. Bertram with top pair.
Anything about Doug's 9-5 unsuited? Steady Eddie being a mystery in the tank. Can't see his cards right now.
That's so cool.
that's like the dream, right?
He does make the call.
Doug looking for a 7.
Rampage on, more like from the market.
Makes the call. Steady Eddie with the mystery hand. Possibly hearts.
Boink.
Doug now with a pair. Bertram
Very
presumably
straightforward.
still ahead with top pair.
Maybe
Nice
Steady
kicker.
Eddie's. He checked it. Maybe doesn't have the 7.
I've had so little sleep because there was a cat under the table. I thought there was a cat under the table. I'm like hallucinating. I'm on so little sleep.
Checks around. So we'll go to a river here. Jack of spades.
I was like freaked out. I was like, why is there a cat?
Interesting river card, depending on what Steady Eddie has.
Yeah, he's
And
checking. He
checks,
doesn't
so
have
I'm
the
going
7.
to assume, and it looks like Doug is,
Probably has a
Bertram
10
is
as
probably
well.
going to take this down.
Yep.
Probably at that point. Like, I might muck the winning.
Pair of 10s is good for Bertram. As soon as I see Asa push
Yep,
him the
he
pot,
did.
and he does.
I just want to let you guys know real quick. I guess last week, no, it's good. You're running great. I think last
All right.
week,
Well,
June 10th was going to be our last stream. We are going to have
folks, once again, we're very glad to have you on a Monday night. TCH Austin,
the last one before
our 2-5 live stream.
across the street.
You've got Whammo,
You know, if you guys want
Uncle T in the booth, talking nonstop by request.
we haven't gotten a specific date yet, but it's
As we go to hand number 34, the Hirsch Walker hand.
pile of TVs go out today. We've had, for the last week, we've had, we had
Ace in the
85-inch TVs
in the
No stream for like a month or two.
hole, making the
Probably 1 month, yeah. Just
hands go as fast as we
whenever we
can.
open there, we'll have a good stream.
Always compliment all our dealers here at
That we do the 2-5 is
TCH Austin, the all-star team, best dealers in town, by far.
either Wednesday or Thursday.
Not that there aren't other good dealers out there, but I'll put this crew on the deepest team list.
You know, kill Tony.
Doug
That's impressive.
walks with his ace queen.
Professional folder. Professional, like 3%.
Kind of a quiet night for Doug. Not too many hands. Did make. Had a huge bomb pot
You know Modelo Poppy?
that he scooped.
Yeah, every time he sees me, he's like 6% V-pips here, guys.
And it's like a
He's like, you're making fun of me. You know, he's like 6% V-pips here.
Quiet night for JMO.
He's like, we don't want you here. Get off.
Fish Max. Not too many hands to play.
to try to get 1 minute of stand.
Kevin's probably had the most eventful night
Not like a knit rag.
It's from
so far.
I'm not knitting.
so, and it's like 2 weeks.
Bertram with a good comeback. Jay Wynn doing what he always does. Playing good poker, making money.
And then 6:30 to 7:30. Oh, whoa. 8 o'clock it starts.
Just Ames also been a little quiet.
Oh, it's so, yeah, it's a live.
You probably meant to be 20.
No, it's a race. But no, you gotta be there at 6:30. You gotta be there.
Fish Max with a rare premium hand.
You gotta be here at 5. Well, it's like I'm not here for like.
Going to get 3 callers.
Oh, Okay, so yeah.
Did you hear when I said I thought it was
Make it 4. Barber's like, why not? 4 to 1, I'm good.
Okay. So
And that's not a bad flop, ace king.
You want to play footsies with me?
Not much for anybody else. No
No,
diamonds.
I'm doing it.
Clubs are not present.
Flirting with you, you know?
But yeah, throw me a black chip.
Probably a value bet is going to just run through like, you know what, through a goose. Fold, fold, fold. Fold. So not a real profitable hand for ace king and a great flop. Fortunately, you're playing cards up there when you bet, being a pre-flop investor.
but you can watch it on YouTube for free. Like tonight.
Here we see the player stacks. Kevin down 2.3. Jay Wynn and Doug are big winners so far. Doug mostly because of that bomb pot.
It's really hard. You gotta stand. You gotta go to like the stand because all of the tickets.
Nice little spread between the two. Fishmack's just slightly down, having not played very many hands. So we'll root for Kevin to make a comeback. I will. Anyway.
There's a lot. So on Sunday, every Sunday, at this place called Creepy Cave, starts at 10 p.m. And it's called Banana Phone. So it's a pretty similar concept where it's like a sign-up mic. You got a minute to stand up, but then after the minute,
I don't know.
the
I like
crowd
brought
just goes
something
the
that I
shit out
don't
of
really
it. So like, if you think it's some funny shit, you can yell out at like the comedian. That's pretty. Yeah.
Small pot brewing. King 10 versus 10-6. Fishmack's actually going to call with 8-4.
I check. Probably depends on what it is.
It's like something to do in my free time. Yeah.
And he does get top pair. Steady Eddie is going to hit it.
That's like the worst, actually.
Everybody's got a pair.
You're probably like me, where like if that happens to me and I like decide not to eat, and I go home and I eat like everything.
And everybody's going to call. And then the mother of all blanks comes out, so Steady Eddie's going to be good. Also with position, he's going to make a bet. $50 bet is not going to get called.
Oh, that's really nice. Really? I don't feel that's probably a good thing, right? It's probably better than
If I get 2 people to help me move it, or if I get my wife to help me, we can put it on the side and see if it's actually
I lied. Fishmack's going to get the bet.
That must be pretty big. Is it like?
But it has like weird, kind of like vertically and sliding in the corner.
Okay. Oh, that's really. I might have to get one of those. I've been thinking about getting one of those for years.
Is it Earthful now?
Okay.
It's 2 words.
Okay, yeah, that's right. I just got one. There's a not Tampa, an Austin company here called Uplift. They make the best decks I've ever seen. I just bought one.
All right, folks. I'm going to talk about one of our tournaments while this hand takes place. Real quickly, the $3,000 guaranteed double green chip bounty. $50 $150 buy-in is going to start. We've been having our PLO tournament on Friday for a long time now, but we're going to switch. We're going to switch.
Oh, was it? Yeah, right on.
We're going to switch to a $150 no limit hold'em tournament, and the PLO tournament is going to shift to.
Yeah. There's actually a town.
Sorry, that's ladies' night. I hit the wrong one. Sorry, ladies. It's going to switch to Tuesday night. $1,000 guaranteed, $120 buy-in, 30,000 starting stacks, starting at 7 p.m. As are almost all of our tournaments. So come on out on Tuesday night if you're a PLO player. That's been running a long time, so we're anticipating that a lot of people want to know about it. The Steady Eddie is ahead with 10-9. Spades are there for Kevin. Love that PLO tournament. I've been playing that so long. Great group.
So much fun. First PLO win of my life, actually. Dory says, go Cody.
Go Cody.
Cody
Dory?
might be the
Is that Fish Max?
The real name of
Because I know it's not
somebody using an alias.
JMO, or as I call him at the table, Reverend Jackson. Yeah, all right. Well, that's good to know. I did not know Fish Max's name. So thank you for sharing, Dory. As we start our 38th hand, an hour and 30 minutes into our live stream. Thank you for joining us.
On to a PLO bomb pot, our third or fourth of the night. Hand 38.
Well, I won't do the math for you because I know you're from Central to South Texas. But this is our fourth.
Okay.
We start at
close.
0. We do them every 30 minutes.
Yeah.
We're 90 minutes in. Not, carry the knot, 4 hands.
King high on the top board. Queen Jack. We'll see what Fish Max has a set of 8s.
Where were you?
Well, good luck, Dory. We wish you the best. I have a couple of friends that are going to play the seniors. Ann and Phil, my neighbors that I met at that other place that I don't ever mention yesterday.
Trip Kings for Kevin. Oh, actually, full house. He has a friend with the 3.
Jay Wynn's got the other king with over.
Yeah, this is a bad spot for Jay Wynn. Top kicker to go with it with his ace.
Don't see much else. Queen for Bertram. He's actually got queen 6, so he's got 2 pair. Fish Max is going to come out with a set of 8s. He's got a full house 8s over kings.
Fish Max in a really bad spot, actually. He's got a boat, and Kevin's got the better boat here. One of the perils of playing bomb pots.
And I know in his mind he's thinking, I block a chop with another king 8, so that's a good feeling.
Yeah, Kevin stands to win a lot of money here. Also has 2 pair on the bottom board.
Yeah, Jay Wynn's got the Broadway draw. Well, Fish Max has got diamonds as a backup on the bottom. Whether he's thinking about those or not, I don't know. So many things to absorb in a double board bomb pot hand. PLO is tough enough. That's why I always say that these bomb pots make my brain bleed.
Yeah, they're very profitable, but you have to know how to navigate.
Yeah. It's a folding game. You spend a lot more time thinking about what you're going to fold as opposed to what you're going to bet.
Yeah, nut flush and top boat are the only hands you really feel totally comfortable with.
I tell people I'm only satisfied with bomb pot 2 times, when I fold it or when I got quads. And I've had my quads killed a couple times, so that's not even good. So this kind of runs out cleanly. The diamonds did not come on the bottom.
Oh, a set on the river. The 1 outer for Fish Max is actually going to give him a chop.
Oh, wow.
Wow, Kevin actually very unlucky there. Stood to win the whole thing, but
I guarantee you Fish Max thought he was scooping.
Absolutely.
Got saved by the case 8.
Case 8, yeah. If you're Kevin there, he's chopping the pot. He's going to take a little profit, but
yeah,
that has to feel like a little bit.
I'm
of a
telling
bad
you,
beat.
it's the only game you can play where you win money and feel like you got sucked out on.
Yeah. As it stands, nicely played by both players. I mean, Fish Max had every reason to be in there. Had a boat on the top. Got lucky on the river. Sometimes you just have to get bailed out.
Yeah, that's why I think that mixed game players are so much better equipped to handle the bomb pot. You know, I've played mixed games. I don't play them a lot, but yeah, I think you're used to these chop pot games and the implications of having. Now the high-low games are completely different. Obviously, if you play 08 or one of those games, but yeah, it's too stressful for me. It's like being married to somebody with, you know, something that one day being married is. You've never been married?
I
Have you?
have.
You have been married. You know that in any marriage, both people have to deal with the ups and downs. That's ball pots. It's the poker equivalent
Yeah.
of marriage.
Yeah. That's true.
Did I just throw that out real deeply?
If you can withstand bomb pots, you can
You
get
can-
married.
I have no explanations for my failures then. At bomb pots or at marriage. We've seen a ton of ace kings tonight. JMO's got it this time. Pretty hand for Bertram. Did he fold it? Queen jack of spades?
Yeah, appears he folded the queen jack
I am
suited.
to a $180 bet. I don't know if I do that. I'm not good enough to fold that hand.
Still Lover says I like the bomb pot instead of the knit game.
Yeah, people think like, oh, a lot of times you gotta go.
I assume you
See
mean
the value in both.
Yeah. I like the National Invitational Tournament. I think it's a great tournament.
The NIT.
Yeah, I do. I like that.
So Kevin's facing a 4-bet here. Asking to see how many chips JMO has. JMO's got 700 behind, approximately. I think Kevin's going to let this go. Ace 5 suited is the new generation ace king.
Ace queen is what I
He
call it.
just stuffs it.
Wow. Wow. Jackson's
Wow.
JMO's thinking at this point, really?
He's already got 400
And he
invested,
calls.
and he makes the call. He's going to be way ahead here.
Way ahead. If this does not run out his way, it's going to be Cooler City. And of course, it does run his way.
Wow.
And he had
JMO.
Asa made him suffer all the way to the end because he was sure he was up against a big pair.
Nice.
Luckily,
hand
Asa
for
doesn't make you
JMO.
suffer long because he deals fast. Well, this is the third big hit for Kevin. On his night so far. He's going to double up a player that has not been playing many hands.
Yeah, nice call for JMO there.
Yeah,
There's a lot
not
of
a
folks.
fun one.
Yeah, not a fun one. The thing that a lot of people don't realize is that ace king blocks aces and kings, and
Yeah.
so if you think Kevin has a big pair, more than likely you're 50-50.
Yeah.
And if you're not, you're way ahead in that case.
Yeah.
That we just saw, but
we always talk about some of our least favorite things people say at the table. One of mine is coin flip. I'm like, unless we're chopping, ain't no damn coin flip. There's no such thing.
Yeah. So on to hand 40 here. We'll be with you until 10 o'clock Central.
No Bates hand. By the way, shout out to our buddy Dante. Thinking about you, brother, as always.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Cody. Oh, Jedi. Sorry.
Well, I sold my half hand.
The chat type
Jedi,
is
a
too
regular
small.
in chat.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jedi. I knew you weren't the Jedi master.
We do it on our own though, too, because there was some difference between me and my partners.
So we're going to go to an ace high flop here. Jedi is flop top pair with the 10 kicker.
Jedi has?
And a flush draw for Kevin.
You mean Jay Witt? What are you looking at? You said Jedi.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant
I was
meant
like,
Steady
Jedi
Eddie.
didn't even know he was in the
Uh-huh.
hand.
My brain was still on Jedi, but yeah, Steady Eddie with top pair and backdoor hearts. Flush draw for Kevin
Pink.
and gets there immediately.
And has the straight flush draw.
Cannot lose. Just gotta start betting for value here and build a pot. Unfortunately for him, he's out of position, and
yeah,
another diamond
yeah, that's going
actually.
to kill his action.
Yeah, that's going to save Steady Eddie some money. It's actually a bad card for Kevin.
Yeah, it is.
Barrel table 9.
Well,
Kevin actually with only the 9 high of diamonds, so
yeah, he may
Mike-
be a little bit nervous about betting this
yeah,
too.
I think it's probably just going to go check here.
And Eddie, unless he wants to bluff, has no interest in betting.
Yeah. I think that's a good bluff opportunity.
I do.
Um,
I do too.
yeah, I think
Unfortunately, the pot's not big enough to really make that worthwhile.
yeah,
In my opinion.
I agree. But I think if you go ahead and bet like 3/4 pot there, it's going to be pretty tough for your opponent to call with a diamond less than like the jack.
Yeah.
Okay. Mike just saw like a classic train for the first time, and he was like amazed at like the train. I think he's really into wheels.
Oh yeah.
$20 straddle on from Steady Eddie here.
Why 20? It's like queen of buying him $1 cars, $2 cars. You know, like
The Hot Wheels.
yeah, but not cheap ones.
Barber with the fresh new haircut is going to fold. And Kevin with the bullets.
Well, there's the aces. We've been talking about them.
He'll raise it up, and Bertram wisely going to fold King 10 suited out of position.
Doesn't look like anybody's got a hand to call with. The Steady Eddie's going to call with a very, very prospector Queen 6.
Really?
Yeah, and it's going to brick here. 9 high flop, 2 spades.
I'm gonna fold him to as many things as I can. And
Steady is going to check, and pretty connected board, 2 spades. I think you have to go ahead and protect your aces here and bet.
I agree.
there was a story. There was a story that I heard about.
And I imagine this will be the end of this one.
She saw so much money in poker, so she got used a cheap deal.
Steady agrees, and he's out of there.
The daughters.
Well, we've seen our first aces, but they weren't very exciting.
And
Kind of how Kevin's night's been.
and so the daughter's on GTO Wizard in the training mode, and she's like clicking, and it gives you immediate.
It's so frustrating taking a big hit for 2, and then the hands you do get, or the boards you do hit,
Yeah.
don't pay off.
And then you just
You
Yeah,
feel
that
like
can be
everybody else has got a big
tilting.
shovel and you got a spoon.
it's probably the endorphins, right? Like you're playing this.
I'll never forget the time I was in a $20 straddle and had been card dead. I got aces and I got a walk. That was it's never left me. So
I mean, until she becomes the best heads up play in the world.
that can be more tilting than anything else.
In my opinion, that's a good thing. Like, I mean, the majority of people lose at poker.
Well, because if a kid can't comprehend barriers or styles, right, he might not be able to mentally
How much?
80. It would have been 100, but I didn't see your chip.
What's that? What's that score?
Oh, it doesn't mean anything. I just
All right, so
10
Jay
jack
win
suited.
with the Asian
Probably
aces.
at the
For
family.
J-Win. Barber with the suited ace.
I don't know why they call them Asian aces. I just know that somebody corrected
One
me
of those
once
thinking hands.
and said that. And he hits the.
Flush draw for Barber.
Yeah, this could be a little action.
Along with the wheel draw, needs a 5 or a heart. 10 outs for Barber. Top pair for
Check.
J-Win.
Oh,
And trips for J-Win.
Wow. Yeah, now he's going to make a bet, and Barber's going to call it.
Yeah, Barber can't go anywhere.
If we get a heart,
Hard to call.
it's not a 10 at the end. This is going to be painful.
Still gonna call. I know.
He's still going to call, he announces. Which kind of plays his cards face up, but he misses. I was rooting for a heart there just for broadcast purposes.
Yeah. Yeah. Barber could have considered semi-bluffing there. Obviously, we know now that it would not have paid off, but
Nope. Bet fold. Especially a big
yeah,
giant
and
bet.
this is going in the muck.
You probably do. I think
That is a
you
nice
do.
coif, his coiffure.
You'll know if
The tough part for Barber there is against a player like J-Win, you know he has a lot of bluffs,
Yeah.
and you're not sure if you got bluffed or not.
Well, and if he'd gotten some of that,
Yeah.
yeah,
Thank you.
but he didn't get any of it, so I think if he put $12 out there, he would have folded.
Yeah.
That kind of a hand, that action, maybe.
I've never done this before.
900,
700?
pretty easy choice.
With nines.
No, I'm saying if I bet 700.
You did
call.
bet 700 on the river, right?
But that's obviously what Jay-Win was thinking.
I thought you said if.
Yeah, he's thinking
what he's
he has
targeting.
a weaker jack or a pocket pair that he can't get away from.
I'm going to have to tell Barbara, that's as good as I've ever seen his hair look.
Oh, great hair.
Great hair. It pisses me off. Kevin coming over the top with ace-5, which he has played before and lost with before.
Yeah, he's going to make another attempt here, undeterred.
Nice hand.
Just James got,
Just
well, we
James
saw
spent-
just folded, but he's going to play it.
I don't like lying. Out of jack.
Just James has been so card dead.
Yeah, he has. He's an action-y player when he gets something to be
Doug is
action-y
going to
with.
set mine for sure.
Also not playing many hands tonight. Unusual for these two players. Kevin would probably have preferred to been in their chairs and not played as many hands. Boink.
Ace high, so Kevin's going to be in the lead here with top pair.
Just James getting a queen, obviously.
Yeah, middle pair for just James, and Doug, I'm sure, ready to fold his hand.
Kevin comes out for 60. 50. Thought he put a little extra on those. That'll induce a call. Unfortunately, just calls are not giving Kevin much information about his kicker. He doesn't get any more protection.
Yeah, Kevin probably feeling pretty good about his hand, given he got checked to again.
Yeah, he's going
and
to put him to the test a little bit here and bet 1/3 pot.
I
A little
assume
more, actually, 1/2 pot. And he's
just
going to
James
get a
going to go ahead and
call.
call.
That Kevin's got to wonder if he's a little bit of snake bet here. Oh, we know he's ahead, but and
Brick on the
virtually no
river.
protection for his 5.
Complete brick does not complete any draws.
Yeah, I think he's got to check. Now we'll see. Does just James? Oh, just
Yeah.
checks back.
Kevin will take it down.
You know,
So he's 1 for 2 with ace-5 suited.
Kevin's had a night that we've all had. where you're getting good cards that the flops have made you vulnerable to.
Yeah.
Because you've gotten good flops and been dominated, or you've gotten good flops that have then descended into bad. So it's like
I
that's
totally agree. It's like the most humbling part of poker, which poker can make you think you're the smartest guy in the world, and it can also make you think that do you even know what you're doing? And those nights are the nights that it's easy to feel that way.
well, I always say that I have the polarized drive home. I have the
Yeah.
you know what I think I should spend a little bit more time in my game and really consider going pro. And then I have the drive home going, you are the biggest effing idiot the world has ever seen. You suck at poker. What were you
Yeah,
thinking?
yeah.
You have those two different drives. I always
Yep.
call that the polarized drive. It's kind of what as recreational players that you kind of go through that process a lot. Now, sometimes I'll drive home and go, well, good night. I just, I
Yeah.
just went out to the porta potty in the middle of the tornado and it was nothing I could do about it, Or,
Right. Yeah.
but that's where a player like Kevin, who's obviously he is a rock when it comes to his he doesn't have the swings. At least he doesn't show them. He can absorb this sort of thing much better than I ever could.
This is actually why I recommend to any players track your results so that when you do have that night where everything goes
Yeah.
against you, or even the night where everything goes for you, you can say, hey, this is my hourly rate. You know, if I continue to play my game, then I stand to make this much. And if that number is bad,
Yeah.
then you can say, hey, I have to do something. I have to do training or improve in some way.
Yeah.
But without that data point, it's very hard to
Yeah, I agree.
know where you're at.
I, I've had several people tell me about apps and other things that that are not tracking. I like to stay off the radar to some degree, but at the same time, I also think that I kind of prefer my delusions. I think you can stay in touch with yourself. As we see a board that's very straighty but doesn't hit anybody.
Yeah, nobody with much here. Just James has a gut shot. He's actually going to raise Barber, and Barber's going to come along with an open ender.
Yeah, he does have the biggest piece of this.
10 on the turn.
But they could still get. I mean, the members can still drink and go there.
Barber actually still ahead with his king high.
Like,
It's fun. I think they're trying to get the people who are interested in playing like bigger games too. But I think right now they're just figuring everything out.
Parking, and I guess like
Bet, yeah, I bet this.
Just
I
James
bet
just
this
telling the
bet
story.
will get it done.
You bet this bet?
not very safe.
Bet
You
this
better,
bet.
you better, you bet, as the Who said.
He's done like 36 at like 3.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's
That's probably before your time, isn't it?
I just jump on the bird scooters, for the fucking back.
Old folks reference.
No, I think Barber has to get out of here. He's got the worst end of the open ender as well,
Yeah,
which
he's
is
got the
worth
dummy and the
noting.
straight draw.
When has Solver's approved this high bet size? I've never seen that before.
It's a good story that James is telling. Yep,
Yeah,
gets it done.
let's go. Nice hand by Just James.
We're good, we're good.
2 overs and a gutter.
Okay, so Just James just did something I want your opinion on. It always trips me out when people check their cards after they've won the hand. Why do they do that?
He was like, someone tell this guy to shut up.
I have no good answer because I do not do that.
Okay, Chad, tell me. Somebody explain to me.
Yeah.
I've seen people do that over and over
Yeah,
again.
tell us in chat.
They're
Why
checking
would
it.
you
They
look
check
back
their
at your
hand again. Like,
Yeah.
are they just checking to make sure they didn't misread it? I've always been tripped out by that. They'll look at their cards again. Was it so damn pretty that they just wanted to see it again? That certainly wasn't the case.
I think that's a good theory because if you bluffed the way Just James did there, semi-bluffed,
He's just enjoying the moment.
maybe you're giving the indication for your table image that oh, I had a big hand and
Yeah.
I'm sad you folded.
So you think it's a little bit of a storytelling past the
Possibly.
story
Yeah,
that you just
that would
told.
be my best guess.
I got you.
Yeah. Steady Eddie here with Ace Queen. Everybody with something here. Got Bertram with eights. And it's actually raised by Doug with Ace 10 off. This will be interesting.
And a pretty good little raise.
Just James
Triples
with
the size of the pot.
Statistically best hand versus aces.
In that, yeah. Again, the ace queen folds, and the 6-5 stays.
Yeah, this this is real poker, folks.
And he
flush draw with
crushes
an
it.
open ender
Crushes
for Just
the flop.
James.
Oh, he crushes the flop. Oh man.
Wow.
Now, okay, I'm calling it early. Too many out syndrome. I'm calling it early.
Yeah, I
Doug's-
think he's going to come over the top here. He's also been a little card dead, so I don't know about you, but when I've
Yeah.
been card dead, sometimes I play things a little more aggressively
I agree.
when I finally get it.
I'm like, yeah, try to push me off this hand, mofo.
Yeah.
Now James is pretty steady.
I think he's going to raise and Doug's going to get out of there. The only reason not to raise would be if he thinks that he has so many outs that he can just call and sucker Doug in
Yeah.
a little further.
Yeah. I
But,
actually like that play. I think this is 6-1.5 does him another. The thing about it is the bet is so big, or is big enough that where if he does come over the top, he's kind of fallen into the range of the only hands that call you are better hands.
Right.
Like if
He
doesn't-
jams.
He jammed it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think this is the right play.
This is something I would never do that I
Yeah.
just love. I
Oh.
wished I had the cojones to do it. He's going to show him the ace of spades.
Yeah.
And Doug, I get why
Doug's
you're doing
getting
it,
out of there.
but that's a cash game play right there.
Yeah. No, I love the play by Just James.
James checks his cards again. That's 2 bluffs in a row, semi-bluffs, turning your hand into a
Yeah.
bluff. But
No, you can look later.
Just James sells Doug.
D9.
You can look later.
I actually got a player.
Check the stream,
I actually
sir.
got a player to pay me money to see my hand yesterday. That's always fun.
I've actually done that before. It's helpful.
Yeah. You paid?
I've done both.
Oh, you got
Yeah.
What you're saying is basically you're cheap date either way.
Yeah, no, I've paid when I was playing 5-10 here at TCH Austin, and there's a strong lineup of players, and I got 3-bet, and the guy took it down. I folded, and I was just like, I have to know what you had. I was like, here's $10, and he had 7-6 suited, and I had not a strong hand, but maybe like ace jack or ace 10 or something like that. And anyway, it was good info. It was helpful. It was just like, oh, these guys are willing
Serious,
to 3-bet
pre-flop
with-
players.
Yeah. So I recommend it if you feel like you can digest and utilize the information. We got a boat here for Kevin on the top. He's got it basically locked up.
I like it.
Ooh,
like
and Jay win with ace jack trips with the jack kicker. Along with the nut flush draw on the bottom board. So
Yeah,
Jay
he's
win
strong.
and Kevin here probably about to go to battle. Oh, and a set for Fish Max. This is a
second
wild
set.
bomb pot.
And he folds it. Wow, great fold. to $45 he folded. That must have been wrong.
Wow. Yeah, it shows Bertram with a 7. Well, possibly a misread. We don't have percentages because Doug has one card not scanned in.
Didn't even notice that. Not that Doug's hand is worth a dang.
Does have an open ender, but I think Kevin Y and Jay Wynn are gonna go to war here.
Oh, did he have 8-9? Oh, okay, got you.
Nine
Not
of
much
clubs on the
changing.
turn on the top, and
A hard draw for Kevin now on the bottom, which would just be a crusher.
Kevin actually locks up. He actually has 2 boats, not in real poker, but
Super boat.
he blocks any other hand really his opponent could have on the top board. Probably going for value. And the jacks are actually good for J-Win on the bottom, but tough to know that with the king on the board.
Yeah. He does have the club draw, so he's deciding now how badly he wants with the naked ace and with the club draw. I mean, the made hand on the bottom is a set of kings. That's it. Which means that his ace is good.
Yeah, J-Win, he's if you're drawing to the nuts, it's hard to fold. He also has a gutter. He needs a queen or a club on the bottom.
Oh my gosh,
Club
Kevin got
comes
the
on the
heart.
top.
Oh my gosh,
So
the
Kevin
heart.
has a scoop here.
Oh,
1,600 already in the middle, and
oh, this is getting him out of jail for free. He's going to jam it, and he's going to get called. I don't see Jay win. I mean, he doesn't like the bottom. I don't see him. Well, maybe with the clubs, he didn't get there. Yeah, he could fold this.
I'm kind of interested to see what Kevin goes for here because
What was that? Just a flush draw?
A jack 5 of spades.
Yeah, I think unfortunately that is not enough. 600 plus
full pot.
full pot.
Jam. Don't you have more equity?
All in. Okay. I didn't see the button come out from Asa, but yeah, it's an all in, and I don't think Jay Wynn can call.
Yeah, I think J-Win. So, including folks in the chat, J-Win was playing.
I don't
Very
really
high
like this
stakes.
bet by Kevin. I'll be honest with you. Now into this size pot, I think a $750 bet, maybe a 500 to 750 range. Y'all tell me if you think I'm full of crap, which is common occurrence.
What
But
does that mean?
I think that gets Kevin a much better return of investment here than jamming it.
Yeah, if I was that strong on both boards, I think I'd go.
Now, Jay Wynn's smart, super smart, so that he might think, well, wow, value bet.
J-Win
yeah.
gets away. Nice.
I think he has to for that much.
I agree, but that's being a superior player. I mean,
Yeah.
most people at lower stakes, particularly, cannot fold that hand.
But I honestly, I think that Kevin cost himself money there,
Yeah, I
which
think.
you don't say very often.
Yeah, no, I think that if you have it locked up that much, I think you got to go more like half
I
pot.
don't like to spend too much time
that was my whole
on
intention.
what I think are not particularly good plays because these players are so much better than I am, and I just sit here and learn. But we've had 2 plays on bomb pots. One was bloody brilliant by Doug,
Yeah,
and the other there I thought that Kevin could
Some pair that was
put out a bit of a weaker looking bet
10 made it.
and is more likely to get called than jamming it.
yeah.
Now, again, we see the card, so it's bloody easy.
Yeah, I mean,
But
yeah, it's easy to sound smart when you can see the cards, but no, I agree with you. I think if you have it locked up like that, then that's when you go for the non-pot size bet.
yeah,
But possibly
Exactly.
Kevin thinks that
My goal is just to play bad every
Jay Win is more likely to call if it looks like he's trying to get him off half the pot. So
well, I'm like, so if he didn't think he was good, which board did he think he was not good on? Yeah, I don't, I don't see where he didn't believe that he was good on the top, and when the hard hit, didn't know that he was good on the bottom. So,
yeah,
it's,
you got to go for value.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's again, bomb pots.
JMO with this locked up pretty much.
With that guy Thunder I was talking about. I was
Second
just
pair
doing one
versus
table
third
too.
pair.
Like he was just begging for action. Everyone else at the table was just waiting for aces and kings to call him.
Oh, hello.
Jay Win says everybody else at the table waiting for aces or kings.
Yeah,
May, maybe looking for a little more action.
Once a month, every other month.
JMO's like, really? I get two pair. Obviously, count one counterfeited pair, and I get bet into just $60. But you got to think he's got to have a queen.
Three
here.
pair.
Yeah, three pair.
Not the best hand in
No,
poker.
counterfeit. It's a great thing about three pairs. One of those pairs is not going to play.
95%. He goes through spurts where like.
Why couldn't that board come out ace
Not-
10 queen?
Not to get too off track, but I've wondered why is three pair
That's the way he's gonna do.
not a hand in poker? Well, it's because you have to use 5 cards. I get that part. But I'm just saying.
What y'all don't see is this blank stare I'm giving Whammo at this moment.
Yeah. But I mean, like if you were the original designer of poker.
Oh yeah. Why didn't they allow?
Yeah, why wasn't there a three
Yeah,
pair?
no.
I guess.
Well, because the original poker was stud.
People who are
Oh,
at my table,
true. Which is what you grew up playing.
Yeah,
right?
I grew up playing draw and
Your-
stud,
your grandmother
stud games.
taught you.
It was draw actually.
Yeah.
the guy went
It
all
was
in
5 card
blind,
draw.
someone tanked,
So
taking the ace queen suited, flash stack.
when they did the variant of Hold'em later on, even 7 card stud games,
One guy slow rolled in, that was
you still only used 5 cards. It all went back to the root game. That's the only thing I could come up with.
All right. So, just for fun,
Mm-hmm.
I know mathematically this could be figured out, but where on the ledger of hands would three pair lie? Do you think
What do you mean?
it'd be above two pair?
If
It
you
would
were like
be-
to allow that?
Yeah, like let's say it was allowed.
Oh my gosh.
It'd be somewhere below a full house and somewhere above three of a kind, maybe.
Wow.
Anyway,
Now you're gonna make my brain bleed.
well,
That
while
takes
Uncle
that takes
T's
an
brain
intellectual.
bleeds,
Yeah, that takes
uh,
a GTO of a different bird. That's a different realm of thinking. I'm too much of a luck player to ever be able to do that kind of math.
so we've got a little glitch here. Stick with us, folks.
Yeah, I thought this is an awful long time for
Jay Wynn's
Wynn
going to bet and
contemplate
win
a
it with
fold.
nothing.
Yeah.
So we got just James, actually the biggest winner thus far, up 1K.
Yeah, it's been a steady climb. Well, Jay Wynn took a hit on that pot, that bomber. That was a pretty heavy pot.
Yeah,
Took Kevin
Kevin.
from being down 3 to being down just
Yeah,
2.
absolutely.
So he's $1,200.
We were talking
up in the
about
last.
comebacks earlier, so Kevin making a comeback right now.
Yeah, that's why he has the Great Wall of Kevin built in front of him. And
Yeah, it's a lot of
chips.
red chips.
Yeah, especially to put in a single file line like
I
that.
agree. Thank you.
The funny thing about having a lot of small denomination chips, that usually means you're playing more hands and winning a lot of small pots.
Yeah, yeah.
So actually, there's a theory in a poker instructional book that I read a long time ago,
And then
but
afterwards he was like, I
is
don't know.
that if you sit down at a table, you can get a read off of who's doing what based on what chips they have
Yeah.
in front of them.
Yeah.
And if they have
What
a
kind of
lot
player
of
they are based on that?
if they have a lot of blind denomination chips, as Doug wins with ace jack, then that means they're a little more aggressive type player. Somebody has only big denomination chips, that means they're probably tighter and sitting back. And
I've always kind of had the theory
thought
that
that
the
was
people that
interesting.
chip up to get the $500 chip or whatever in a 1-2 game anyway, that they're doing that because they want to have that look, chip leader here.
That's interesting. What do you think?
Yeah,
Now if you have a mass of chips like Kevin at a 1-2 table, that looks like chip leader too. But I watched a player chip up the other day, and I'm like, why'd you do that? And it's like you just wanted that pretty $500 chip.
oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, death penalty.
It's not like
Yeah, I feel like
Put to death.
it's probably
1
just,
day suspension.
mental for most folks, but
yeah.
um,
I,
I prefer to have. I'm good with having the small denominations and like a huge stack
yeah.
because it's easier to gauge exactly what you're putting in there.
Yeah.
Like if you're sitting at a game and let's say everybody has 2K and you've got two pinks, which by the way on your screen you can see in front of Doug and Kevin there. Those are 500s, and then you have a bunch of blacks, and it's easier to not contextualize
Yeah.
um, exactly how much that is.
Yeah. I get it. I used to call that chip when I remember the dealer here, the floor here, Jesse. We were playing a mixed game. We used to have a mixed game on Sundays. We called Tom and Jesse's game that we played mixed, and I loved it. It was mostly dealers and floors that played it. And he got the plaque that they had then
Yeah.
as a chip,
I almost
and I called it his trophy wife. He just wanted it out there so he could run it
Yeah.
out in front of everybody. Look at here, look
Right.
at here.
just on vacation. I like
I'd say also trophy husband, but women are way too intelligent to ever fall for trophy husbands, unlike men. So it's kind of like he had that out there to show everybody, look what I got. But I honestly, I rarely, if ever, chip up. I have
Yeah, I hardly
now
ever.
that primarily is because I suck,
I mean, there's nothing you can do.
but it's also I just don't ever think about it. I've never had
Yeah.
enough chips. If I'll just stack them higher.
Yeah.
know?
It's easy to do, and it feels. I mean, I like to shuffle chips also. And by the way, we've got top pair versus second pair, and now two pair for JMO. So he's going to win some money here off of Doug.
Not a big pot. Jackson hadn't been in a lot of good pots. Sorry, JMO.
Doug making the smart fold there. Yeah, no, I totally
up.
agree. I remember the first time I got a plaque here at TCH, and
My wife's watching.
actually, to your point about showing it off,
Yeah.
I remember a guy had multiple plaques, and I was like, "Hey, can I trade you, $1,000 or whatever for the plaque, just to have it in front of my stack?" But it was just a fun thing to do,
Yeah.
But I'm definitely with you. I don't usually, get a color up
No.
in a cash game.
Yeah. I'd much
Just-
rather like take my 3 or 4 racks up to the cage and have everybody see me
Oh yeah.
holding this
No. Oh,
14-pound ball of chips.
3 racks to the cage is the best feeling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. And they don't know that you like fire 6 bullets.
I've never had 4. Have you had 4
Oh, yeah.
racks? Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, not a lot, but
Yeah.
yeah, no, I've had.
I think 3 is the most I've had. Maybe 4.
Yeah, I mean, but again, I think that's more of a function that I don't ever color up.
Yeah.
So I played an 8-hour game once at I believe it was Nugget, and I think I took 6 racks up to the front.
My wife's from historic. She's
But
from there.
the guy told me, he said, I would have just cashed you out at the table. And like,
It's like a
and
healthy
robbed me
age
of my
for
moments struggling to get to the, yeah.
Yeah.
So
um my
Got a
wife is
pair
telling
of
me
sevens and a set here
high school.
for Steady
wow,
Eddie.
Friend and her
3
dad
Doug
hearts
has
out
top
there.
pair.
and he was at Morongo and
He will
had
bet, and Steady
lost
Eddie
like a bunch
will
of cocaine
happily
that family that
oblige.
lent him, and the security
Pretty
got it,
connected board,
and he was like
3
begging
hearts
for
on the
the cocaine
board.
back.
Doug
And on the
actually has
security card,
outs
he's like, you don't understand
with
what they're gonna
the
do,
Jack of
like
Hearts.
if you don't give me this, like I don't know that
Very
More
straighty board.
connection.
Yeah,
because
it's going to be hard for
she
anybody
told
to feel
me
good about what they
Yeah,
got.
it's
verify
going to
the
go
story
check,
too that this
check, and
happened.
that's it.
I guess the cartel ended up like taking to the desert.
Pretty nasty river, really, for Steady Eddie.
Doug
For losing
is
this like
not able to
cocaine
play
at
like he
Morongo.
normally plays very many hands. And he looks like
They put
a,
him in the casino and somehow like
colonoscopy patient in the waiting room
security
right
must have
now.
like
He kind
hacked
of is
his
just
door or he broke it
disgusted
or
with
something. And so
everything
like
that's
they
happening.
took it from him.
Come on, Doug.
Something like
Yeah,
that,
he
yeah.
keeps
And like
getting
they
bad
finally had
runouts,
to
but
take
he's
Yeah,
him
making
to
really great
like
folds,
the
and
law
yeah.
he's
so he
been
didn't
right
get in big trouble.
um,
So
And
he was
he's
like
up because
begging
of a
like
bomb
almost
pot
every
hand with
time.
Kevin, so he's probably.
was like killed like a few days later.
There have been many nights I've sat down next to Doug and
That's just
watched
what I
him
heard.
build a wall of chips.
And
So
my
I'm
wife's
never
gonna
going
go
to feel
for
sorry
cocaine.
for him.
Yeah, no,
You saw
Doug,
what?
famous for huge stacks.
At that same one where Versace was at.
Yeah, sometimes he'll buy in as the
Stop, dude. The guy was
stack
like,
sizes
I'll
go
take
bigger,
that
and he
money
has
from
in
him
this
for like
case
staff.
added
Did
on.
nothing, dude.
But
And then 10 minutes later,
he
everybody
always
thinks
wants
the
to
guy's
have
dead.
the
Right? He was
largest
around
or
nothing.
right with the largest
Then
stack
paramedics come
in
through
case
with
the
like another
all
drug
in, all
dealer.
in.
Finally, he starts to breathe.
Yeah.
What was that?
He followed. This guy was like drunk.
Fish Max here with the Ace King.
Old guy.
Did you see
Was like,
the
oh, I got
little
something for you.
thumb come
Come
up?
after him.
There was a
So he goes
thumb
after him.
bubble
And then
came
the
up
guy
with a
starts
thumb in it,
nodding off at the table.
like somebody hit the like.
And
Is
then
that
so
new?
I'm like 2 tables over when it all happened.
I swear, a bubble,
While he's spitting
like somebody's having a thought in their head, came up with a big thumb in it. I don't know. We'll have to ask David about that one. It's a new feature on our table that I guess everybody saw. Maybe when somebody hits a like, we'll get the thumbs up. I don't know. You
Be
didn't
a
see it.
great way to reward that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a new graphic or Tom's having a neurological event. He's having some sort of mental breakdown.
and the guy tried to fucking cash out his chips. He goes to the cave to try to cash
So
out his
Fish is going to take it down pre-flop here
or something like that. Yeah.
with the raise and Big Slick.
They OD'd right next to you. Get your ass.
We're on to hand 55.
But then the cops end up coming.
Alright, so just let's sign your
We will be with you here from Texas Card House, Austin, until 10 o'clock Central Time. Want to let everybody know about our new $1,000 guaranteed PLO tournament. It's every Tuesday, $120 buy-in, 30K starting stack, and 20-minute levels. Starts at 7 p.m. every Tuesday.
He was in like severe pain. He went through like it's called cooling your body.
And we're on to our 5th bomb pot here. We got Jesse coming in the box.
It's like really painful. Like a newborn, you so they give him fentanyl. You got fentanyl and morphine.
He will be dealing the cards. Experienced dealer here at Texas Card House. I have known him the entire time that I have played here. Great dealer, also a great player. Excellent at mixed games, as well as no limit hold'em. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us. Hop in the chat, ask Uncle T or I or both, or whatever questions you might have or comments. Glad to engage with you folks. I know we have some J-Win fans in the chat.
Do not comprehend how well you run
It is. It is. I was like, Jack? 60
afterward. It's like it really did help.
I was like, I didn't want to leave. Once he woke up, the guy didn't want to leave.
Nine players.
Nah, dude, you're going.
Check.
You said 6-year-old doing lines.
With like a 45-year-old.
So on to the bomb pot here. We'll see what the equities look like as the hands load.
4 bets 90. That's it.
I wish I would have said pot. No.
You take your phone out.
My wife's mom is a teacher in middle school, and she does like special ed teaching, but like she also gets some like really troubled kids who like get into bad crime. My wife's mom, right around Rongo area, is where she's a teacher, and just recently they had. This
So we've
kid,
got JMO
he's in like 7th grade.
with nice equity on both
Came to
boards
school with like his wrist slit.
with his 10-7, 4-3, 2 diamonds.
Split your wrist. Yeah, so like he joined a gang, and I guess he's committed like 6 like robberies, like at gunpoint, with like groups of people, like convicted, and like he's just on.
And actually,
probation.
Jwin gonna bet and take it.
He's like on probation. And, like,
Quick and easy bomb pot.
jail or anything. But he comes up and he incites riots. He brought a knife to school, saying he was gonna kill all the teachers. And he's
Nothing
still
wrong with the $90 win.
Well, part of his probation is he has to show up for school, and he's in 7th grade. Yeah.
And did your mom like ever feel
Hollywood Henderson hand. Way before your time.
So yeah, so
Way before
so
your
school
time.
like just ended, and because he was saying like he was gonna specifically
King
find
queen
out
here
who
for
killed the
Barber.
principal and
10
kill,
jack
like my wife's mom. And,
for fish.
And like they sat down,
Playable
like,
hand for Jay
administration,
Wynn.
and they were saying like, look, if because he's like in special ed, like if we
City
were to,
Eddie's
like,
going to set
spell
mine. No, he folds his 6s.
Wow.
improperly, like, they
Doug?
would
I would say that's a very tight fold
I
for
would.
$30 on the button with
Yeah.
sixes.
Yeah, other than
Um,
position and a card that I guarantee will hit a 6 here.
He's not actually special.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer call for
He
me.
was qualified
Nope.
for it because he's a
No
very
6,
troubled
but
Good.
kid
He's
with
smarter than I am.
he has, like,
you're going to
he
make
just has
a lot of
problems.
money over
He's
time
got, like,
playing that.
mental
Two
in
hearts for
position.
Jay Wynn.
But, like,
He's going to.
obviously,
Let's
when
not
someone's
bet him.
doing that stuff, like, they have problems.
Board pairs. Jay Wynn's got a set.
She's so happy. She's getting
Nice
rid of
flop
him
for him.
next to, like,
Now he's got to feel really good about his fours.
Yeah, trips with the flush draw.
yeah, she's like
Rubber bet
terrified.
50 with his king.
Yeah, yeah.
Just a smooth call. Trappy,
They
trappy,
were patting
trappy.
him down like every day before he went.
Yeah,
to-
Barber.
So disguised here.
It's California.
No, Jay Wynn raised. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
250.
Jwin raised, but
She's like, that's the policy.
Luck box. Jay Wynn.
cash money. What?
Oh,
He fills up on the river.
Oh,
Cannot
my
lose
gosh.
here.
I think that's really
Yeah, like we just called it.
kids can just get the guns.
And the thing is
Yeah, like,
that as far as table dynamics, if you're Barber, you know Jwin is a very smart and experienced player,
Did he jam it?
and he's
Oh,
likely to bluff.
Oh,
I think he got the call.
Oh my
Oh, and
gosh.
Barber gets stacked.
Oh, boy,
Brutal
there's
spot for Barber.
there's the cooler of the night. I mean, the 4 was a cooler, much less the 5 to go with it.
Jwin winning almost 3,000 in that pot.
Wow. Just when we had some small pot mania going on.
What a play.
Kaboom.
Bring the band back together.
And a nice tip. Thank you very much for Jesse, your hard effort there.
Stacks of deck play.
It's actually
Probably.
a little bit of a callback to an earlier hand where Jwin overbet and with a big hand and did not get called.
Wow.
That's a good argument for when you just go ahead and go with it, because over time you're going to get paid off more money. But great play by Jwin there.
5-10.
literally magical if you play 4-5 suited.
Yeah, yeah, and to get your trips on the turn, which are disguised enough, and then to get your boat,
Yeah, the boat is
it's
just
just like
extra bonus.
it's like twist of the knife. And Barbara, who usually buys in for one bullet, is gone.
So we got another good one here. So Bertram's got ace king, and Jay Wynn's going to 3-bet 7-6
Yeah,
suited.
he loves getting this back
A
to
little bit
back.
of a heat check.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see if his
And Bertram says, no
and he
way, I'm all in.
folds. Nice. Jay Wynn's pissed
The-
right now.
The smile from Jay Wynn is pretty funny. He's
Yeah.
like, all right.
All right.
It's like the guy that's been
Bertram
making-
has no idea how good that jam was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice hand for Bertram.
Well, our theme of the night has not been the kind of what you anticipated. You started off the stream with saying, "Hey, this is going to be one of those." Maybe we were talking about what kind of night it would be. What did you say it was going to be? Do you remember?
I do not.
You started off by saying it was going to be kind of I don't remember. But the night that it's been has been actiony flops. I call it.
Yeah, I think
With-
it is kind of what I said. Whereas there's a lot of hands where somebody's got top pair, somebody's got a combo draw.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Prospecting.
seeing
You said it
how
was going to be
they-
a prospecting night.
Yeah.
That's right. It has not been that night.
And Kevin here with the bullets.
Wow.
And Fish in a
Versus
bad
ace, king,
spot
king,
here.
10.
Has ace king.
Well, he may decide to. If Kevin comes strong here, Fishmax may decide to jam this.
Yeah, I think
It worked for JMO. Doug has got the king 10 as well. He's going to fold that. So 2 kings are gone and 3 aces are gone.
snap call from Kevin
3 kings and 3 aces.
has Fish in a very bad spot here. Only 7% equity.
Yeah, he jammed it and got a call.
2,200 plus
I
to a
think we're
flop.
just running it once.
Top set for Kevin, and that is it.
The boat. And they
Oh,
are
they're
gonna run it
actually
twice.
are going to run it twice.
Yeah, it's pretty thin.
Needs
It-
another king. No such luck for Fish. So
And
Kevin,
he waves goodbye to the crowd. Thank you. I do not want another.
yeah, Kevin, after being down about 3K early on, he's climbing back, and we'll get the totals here in a moment. He's got to be getting close to even.
Yeah, I'd say he's probably a grand down. 800 maybe.
He gets aces like every Monday.
Fishmax wasn't too deep. I didn't teach you. What was the pot size? Do you remember?
22
Went by pretty fast. Jesse, like Ace said, doesn't take much time to run the cards out.
Yeah, Jesse, a great dealer here at Texas Card
Floor
House.
and dealer. Yeah.
And player.
And player. Crazy as heck to play with, especially in a mixed game.
Just Saturday night. I got a
As Jay Wynn gets a color up.
Pablo says, hey, what's GG? And that would be good game, if I'm understanding what you say.
Fishy gone, Tristan. Sorry I said that out loud. That's a bit of a dig.
Paula Madrid, if you're in, or Pablo, excuse me, if you're in Madrid, that's pretty awesome.
No, he was. Barbara was Charlotte.
Really? Well, you get the long distance award tonight. Let's see, Madrid, you're running about 7 hours ahead of us. You were up very, very, very early, or very, very, very late.
Yeah. All right, Kevin here with suited Broadway cards. Queen Jack, diamonds. Bertram with a couple of ducks in the big blind. Kevin's going to raise it up. And it looks like JMO is going to come along with 7-5 suited. Two aces on the flop here. Kevin's still ahead with queen high.
Backdoor draws for JMO at best. And there's one of
And
them
there's
coming
the backdoor draw. Well called out.
in. Real Madrid, the team. Yeah, well, they had a pretty good Champions League, didn't they? Gosh, I'm so tired of them winning. How many Champions League titles is that? Like 72 for Real Madrid?
So Kevin's going to bet here, and JMO has a decision to make. He's got a great draw here. Actually, 32% equity, so he will make the call. Does not get there. So Kevin, good with queen high, but can't love it.
All right, I thought.
I think he's going to have to bet because he can't, well, he checks.
Let's see if he's got a half pot value looking bet in him.
Water, carbon dioxide, citric acid, which is what it's like vitamin C, right?
You go to Google right now, but what is the least?
Oh, he's going to do it too, isn't he? No?
JMO, his body language already said he's checking back. Yeah.
I think this. You're right though. It's just stay carbonated forever. Like, I just picked it up. Like my finish my bottle was just carbonated when I first started.
I don't even want to.
Yeah, if you're going to take a shot at that, before you sit back in your chair, you got to put
Yeah.
the bet in like you're confident. But
So I thought Jaywin was coloring up, but he actually sold some chips over to Fish Max.
Fish,
He's
yeah.
coming back.
Like that. There's another one. I think.
I get your fishy gone, Justin. That was a good one.
This one, you can like literally leave it here and drink it up for like in 2 days. It'll be
Soda, but I don't think I like carbonated water. Soda is one of my weaknesses.
so same. I love soda.
And we got the ducks again. We've seen a lot of
a lot of ducks.
ducks
and
showing up and
it
hitting
looks
on
like
one
Doug
occasion.
has queens.
Yeah. Fish Max minimizing the chance of JMO hitting his set.
Bertram's been quiet. He finally wakes up with a real hand.
Wow.
King, queen suited, but he's up against it here. He's got better diamonds from Jaywin.
I
and
see a
the-
multiplayer pot in our future.
Yeah, and the queens from Doug.
Steady Eddie actually is doing pretty good equity-wise, considering it's spread pretty evenly. And the jacks
Get a
hit.
jack high flop here. No deuce.
And did we have a jack in that mess? I think Jack 7 was what. Yeah, Jack 7
Yeah,
for Steady
steady
Eddie.
Eddie.
And he's got backdoor hearts, which he doesn't know it, but would be good.
But Doug actually still way ahead here with the queens.
Yep.
Nobody with spades. 2 spades on the board.
It is my mom's birthday. I did not have my mom's birthday.
9 of diamonds on the turn here. It's going to further strengthen Doug's equity, and Steady Eddie's going to bet his top pair, and we'll see what Doug decides to do here. He could just flat call or could raise. Definitely not folding.
It depends on whether he believes that Steady Eddie's got the spades, but he's got a big blocker, so he's probably going to,
He's
raise it
going to
up.
go ahead and raise it up.
Feels pretty good at this point.
Makes it 300. 225 more. Back to Steady Eddie. And
This is going to lead Steady Eddie to believe he's out kicked. He's going to fold.
yeah, nice fold by Steady Eddie.
Yeah.
He didn't even really have to think about it too long. Got
Yep.
rid of top pair.
I guarantee you his thoughts right now is, why did I bet?
Yeah, yeah.
A thought I have quite often.
Pablo asks, is this a tourney or a cash game? It's a cash game. It's 2-5 no limit hold'em. $10 straddle on. Biggest difference between a tournament or a cash game, if you're listening and you
I'll invite him.
not a Chris Dumont,
I'll be like, we're trying to get some
is
Versace
you sit down with
Honestly, like,
a certain cash number of chips and you can cash them out at any point that you want. tournaments, you get tournament chips. Play until somebody is the last person standing with chips.
Yep, huge difference between having your money in front of you and having money that you surfed all the way in. So, in a low amount. If you're at a final table, you're thinking to yourself, I'm good. I
Yeah.
paid $300 for this tournament, and I'm in the final table.
Jay Wynn aggressively playing the sixes here from the small blind, and Kevin is in the cutoff with position on Jay Wynn. Looks like he's going to go ahead and make the call with ace 8 suited.
Kevin hits his 7 or 6. Oh, no, set it. I thought Kevin had a
Set
7.
for Jay Wynn.
Oh,
He checks it to Kevin, trying to trap. Kevin checks back. 3 of
Unfortunately-
diamonds on the turn here.
Jaywin's going to bet this now, and it's going to look bluffy. No, he didn't
Wow,
bet
he
it.
goes in.
Very patient.
He knows he's that far ahead. He's just trying to let Kevin catch up a little bit.
No, so Kevin, smart enough to
Kevin
check
is
back.
drawing dead. Ace on the river would have been terrible for Kevin, but
Yeah.
no such luck for Jay Wynn. And Jay Wynn's got a bet now. And
Let's
I
haven't
believe
made
this
too
will be
much
the
money
end of the
tonight.
hand.
Now this overbet is to induce a call because it looks so bluffy.
yeah, I think
That's
Kevin
like
gets
kinda
away
like-
here.
That's like left leaning.
Oh my goodness.
It's like left.
Kevin reaching for chips.
Would you be upset if I put James she her in mine? Would you like get triggered? No.
Like, I think it's dumb if you're like, maybe the wrong one's in to lock it. But
Yeah.
This would be the hero call incorrectly, unfortunately, of the night.
like, I don't really use mine. I just
If Kevin tries to
You know, encourage other people in the
catch
world.
Jay Wynn with ace high,
Stand with you.
there, yeah, like a future Rosa Parks.
Yeah, this game has been very similar. Yeah, he's too smart for that. This game has been similar to 2 weeks ago in that we've had a lot of big hands, some coolers and some suckouts,
Well, that
and
makes one person.
kind of only a couple of misplayed hands. I think the Barber hand with Jay Wynn, obviously, but and the Ace King versus Aces, a little bit of a cooler-esque feel to it. But it's really not been a bluffer's night.
no?
The big hands, Jay Wynn's bluffed a couple of turned his hands into bluffs that were not completely weak. By the way, JY
Just James had a couple semi bluffs.
JY sitting in seat 9 now. Been on our live stream several times. Came in for Barber.
That's really bad to say.
Hasn't had any real plays so far.
The Gretzky hand here for Bertram.
Other hands I get, it's like hands where I exhausted or I get
Couple of nines
nothing in between. Like,
of the red variety.
it's actually not the only
And I get there's dealers. I'm like, all right, well maybe for the next half an hour I should just.
Steady Eddie's got a hand to play. Very, very popular hand. The Giant Slayer. And Doug's got a good hand. 2 Broadway diamonds. And there's the 9 in the window. How much is
Boom.
that doggy in the window?
Set after set. 2 hands in a row
Doug
here.
is open-ended. The clubs are not in play for anybody, but they may slow the action a little bit.
Yeah, this isn't your favorite board to flop a set on, except for the ace.
Yeah.
You're hoping your opponent has a big ace, but
I find myself
4 of
like,
spades,
why do I do
safe card on the turn. And Doug just has a gutter and a dream. Needs a king.
You think we should seize the means of production, Doug?
What's that? $100? No, 75. Yep, $75 bet.
That'll get it done.
Yep. Sets have not been making money tonight.
Yeah, it's just nobody with something to fight back with.
Yeah.
You live in downtown Austin.
It's actually, if you're a poker player, you know it takes a lot of patience to wait to finally flop a set.
Yeah.
And you hope to get paid off, and if you don't, it's a little
Well, what's really
deflating,
frustrating
but-
about it in that Bertram's case, we've seen this a couple times. You don't have the nuts,
yeah.
so your hand is underrepresented, but it's also makes you look like you've got clubs. Right?
Yeah.
There's just it's hard. You're only getting calls to any bet with a better hand.
Well, one of my least favorite hands on the same token is you get pocket aces or pocket kings and you flop top set. You block all the hands that your opponents could possibly have
Yeah,
to
that would call
pay
you
you
off
off.
on. Yeah.
As we look at another big pocket pair here, Steady
And
Eddie
and the
with pocket
10-9 with
queens.
JY gets the 10-9. So this may be one of those giant slaying moments. Did he fold his? He folded his 10-9 to a 3-bet of 85. No, he's got his cards so far out front there.
Yeah, interesting spot to have his cards. Looks
Now,
like he's noodling it over though.
well, he noodles over everything. If you watch JY play, he is very deliberate.
What do you want me to do? I have ace five suited.
He does make the call.
I mean, is that disrespectful or something? Wait, what? And I four bet Kevin, and he won the pot, and I started talking to Kevin.
7 high flop, 1 spade.
He's like, Matt, I
A
four
little
bet.
gutter ball
JY.
for JY.
Does have a gut shot, needs an 8.
He does have spades now.
Picks up more outs here on the turn.
Unfortunately, this is kind of Steady's nightmare card.
Yeah,
So many
Steady-
times your opponent has an ace here.
Steady Eddie definitely thinking,
But he
Why
also was
couldn't
he
the
also
turn-
raised, so this is his range too. This is again where you've got a big pair, but you're going to appear to have the range that. Well, that makes him feel better.
absolutely. So a lot of people would think that just makes it worse. It actually makes it better.
Significantly better.
It's card removal to
Yep.
the aces your opponent have. So
A very underrated term, and he's going to get bet into here. So we'll see if Steady's as steady as he appears to be.
Steady
what this
Eddie is
bet
going to
is.
just make
Is
a
that
quick call here.
110?
Would be my guess.
Yeah, I hope so.
I'm just saying, don't
You didn't bet your ace on the turn. Why should I believe that you have an ace
Exactly.
now? I'm much more likely to think you have a 7.
Yeah, I think this is automatic call. Especially since it's only a little less than half pot.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like a value bet, but why would you not value bet?
Yeah. Well, and if you have ace queen, ace king, and he's about to make the call correctly,
I don't talk strategy.
you would bet the turn because of the 2 hearts and 6-7.
This guy's solver this, solver that.
Nice hand there for Steady Eddie. Makes the call.
Nice play, Steady. That is why you are steady, Eddie.
It worked.
Well, and that's also why you don't lead out on the river if you think, because you're getting value from all your opponent's bluffs.
Yep.
Yeah, it worked.
Another undervalued
nice-
statement. You made 2 highly undervalued statements that recreational players
You know, he's ace.
should go and look up.
You know,
I mean, the first one is the card removal, which I'm always surprised that people don't spend time thinking about what the card removal is as the hand
dude, you
that
got
rolls
some
through.
nice, you got a nice beard.
Or whatever. Yeah. So that's it. 2 golden nuggets from the whammo.
I do my best.
You double
Uncle T.
nuggeted that one hand. By far your highlight of the night.
This is my best hand
This
so
is
far.
your best hand, commentary wise, all night.
Just James finally with the hand. He's been so card dead all night. Love to see Just James play. Nice guy. He's going to raise it up with ace jack offsuit. JMO with king queen, and it's going to flop top pair here with Just James backdoor hearts, nut hearts. JMO also with the king of hearts. JMO in the driver's seat here, though, way ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, as far as like those bets go, they're really
5 of spades is somewhat blank.
Yeah, I'd call
Would
it a
would
blank.
make some suited connectors a good hand,
Now
but
that's not so blanky. That's the
Yeah, and
hearts
a
got
6 of
there,
hearts.
and if your opponent's playing 9-10, was playing the open ender, just got there. There's so many hands here that are scary. But it doesn't matter because JMO doesn't get anybody pushing at his hand.
I think also underrated is just James' give up there.
Yeah.
A lot of people would be like, hey, the only way I can win is I got to blast off here.
Yeah.
And clearly he put JMO on a hand that he wouldn't be folding to a river bluff. So nicely played, just James as well as JMO.
A small pot well played.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes losing the minimum is part of being the
That's-
winner of the most.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Kevin with a single gapper. Decides to come along. Bertram folds. The uselessness. Jaywood folds. The uselessness. Gets back to his pokey bowl or whatever the heck that is. Steady Eddie decides his position is late enough that he'll play his queen 8. And Doug has the real hand. Fish Max with 2 Broadway cards is going to probably call. Kevin's going to give up. Steady Eddie's going to give up. Doug's going to probably come over the top. But he just makes the call.
I know.
A little surprised Doug didn't bet there. That's all right. I like both plays. No board, nothing that Doug's afraid of at this point. He's going to check it to him and see if he digs another scoop out of the gravesite. Another like bubble that just came up, and I don't know what that is, folks, but thank you for the like. Doug calling again. Pot's building up. Don't think that scares Doug very much, but it may be something that Fishmax thinks he can exploit, but he does check back. And the ace probably going to kill the action for both players. Or Doug's going to rep it. Turned his winner into a bluff. He bets $5 as Doug is wont to do. We saw this from that player in the Hustler Casino stream.
I have noticed sometimes though, they'll give me more. Like that will happen sometimes when I'm depositing because it's just like it could be a it's just like
Fishmack is going to fold to $5. Unfortunately, you pay $5 to find out what Doug had.
I'll pay it right now. I'm not even a hand.
Young player making a bit of a mistake there. I'd pay $5 to see the damn hand every time.
He wanted to give you a chance to bluff it.
And we're moving on to hand number 65. We are almost 3 hours into our live stream. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Really appreciate it. It's been a good night. Very similar to we had a couple weeks ago. A lot of big hands versus big hands. Some real coolers. We talked about this just a minute ago. We had good action. The table's been active.
I didn't overpair. Overpair in the flop.
Obviously, Jay Wynn is exhausted and having to replenish. Whatever it is looks freaking good. If it wasn't a 15-minute delay, I'd go out there and take it from him. It's obviously gone by now. Ace-Jack versus Ace-Jack versus eights. Obviously, the eights are way ahead. Probably feel good about that flop, too. Just James may lead out just because he can. And he does. Looks like 40, can't tell. Yep.
like a couple days later, with my friend who was bartending.
And he gets 2 folds. Wow, very conservative play by Doug.
So it was like we ran up like a
I think I'd want to see another card or two with that board.
you had to be invited, but they just opened up. So it's like today's like the first day, and it's BOA, BOA. Kind of like Bank of America Steakhouse. Okay. Yeah, but it's pronounced BOA. Honestly, one of the best restaurants I've been to in Austin. Incredible food, incredible wine.
Sit down and try new stuff.
Good ambiance.
Jeffrey's is the
I've heard good things
like.
about that. I haven't tried that.
That was cool.
I've heard that this
I thought
is
J
more
Prime was way better.
expensive. Okay. Oh wait, what is it?
I thought J Prime was better.
Okay, I haven't been there either.
And
Yeah. I heard this is a little more expensive, but we went twice and we got
$30 bet by Just James, who gets a slightly better hand than he had last hand. Fish Max folds, suited king. Kevin, probably for 30 bucks is or 25. Oh, he's the big blind is probably going to call for that. Wants to see a flop. Bertram's probably going to do the same, but he gives up his ace-5. Instead, he eddies in with 9-5 of diamonds. Good board for Doug. I'm sorry, Just James, not Doug. Makes the same bet. Eddie gets out of the way. Not much room to look at a back door. Kevin also. So, folks, I'm going to roll out our question of the night while my partner takes a short break. Our question of the night. Love to get your input on this. We had a incident happen at the Hustler big game that's been going on and everybody's been watching, where a person folded a straight all the way at the end of the run of cards. The action was complete. Folded a straight because he thought that he had missed his flush draw. If you didn't see the hand, he had a flush draw. It missed, but he did have the nut straight. And the top pair that was to his left
I'll take no.
lost the hand, but the player said, "You're good," and folded the hand. So if you play poker long enough, as the commentator mentioned, you've done that. You folded the winner. I immediately was texting with Whammo as a very straighty board comes out. Looks like Kevin with a little bit in the tank here with not knowing his second card.
You guys are like, yeah, no, you can. I thought about
At
it.
the very least open-ended, at the very worst, he's got the straight already. Fishmax is also open-ended.
As long as you meet the qualifications.
So my question is, what is the worst hand that you folded that you realized was the winner? I did it just a couple of weeks ago, where I was so concentrating on the board that when the guy rolled over top 2 pair and I had aces, I completely blanked out on the fact that there were a pair of deuces that came out on the river. I had aces up, and I would have beat his 10-9 2 pair. And as the cards are flying across the table out of my hand, I was like, no, wait. I was like, the bounty commercial. No. And immediately, a very good player that I play with all the time looked at me and goes, "Tell me you just didn't fold aces up." I said, "I just folded up aces up." So we've all done that. Sometimes we don't even know that we did it. So if you think you've never done it, it's just because you didn't realize it ever, because you're not on live stream where everybody can see it. Sometimes you do it when you realize that you've done it. Not that you folded to a bluff, but that you mucked your hand. So what is that was $250 out of my life forever. So what is the most that you have mucked incorrectly? It's happened to everybody. There's a very famous issue or incident with Phil Ivey where he did it. I think in the WSOP main event, he folded a straight. So if you got one, roll it out for me. I want to hear it.
Some people will make it too.
That's the question of the night.
I don't think anyone
Have you ever mucked the winner and realized it after the fact? most people don't talk about it. I didn't have any choice because I was screaming no as the table or as the cards that I threw at the muck were flying across the table.
He did, really? I can see the vein.
JY with the jacks. J-Win with the diamonds.
What if I told you I'm voting for Trump?
So I'd love to hear your story if you got one.
I'll get
If
there,
you don't care, well then leave me hanging. I'm good with that.
I'm voting for Trump. I mean, like, I don't really think he's done anything like wrong, honestly.
Kevin or J-Win folds.
I mean, like,
Plowing through a bunch of small hands right now. But if this table is going to be like it has been for the last several
I don't
hours,
think Trump's.
we're about to have a big hand. We haven't gone long before a big one has rolled out at us. Looks like we're going to play a bomb pot now as we hit hour 3.
I'm kidding. I'm just trolling, Doug. I'm trying to.
What if you had to choose a local poker player to be president? Who would you choose?
A local poker player? Oh my.
Jesse in the box. Lex.
Honestly, like, Doug Polk could be a pretty good president. I think he's a little slightly too narcissistic, I think, but like, he's like generally pretty fair.
I don't think he'll make commissioner or something.
Like, he does instigate. Doug instigates. Like, he'd be like Donald Trump a lot.
Very talkative table tonight.
Oh, hummus? Well, hummus would be good. I think hummus would be a really good.
Diamonds come out on the top.
His name's Dustin.
Straight comes out on the bottom. Let's see who's got the 9-10.
He's on stream, yeah.
His nickname is Hummus. Because he came from a hummus industry.
Okay, yeah.
What?
He'd be good.
He used to run a hummus
Oh,
company.
check.
I'm not lying.
No, he told me it's just like.
There are aces, set of aces for Steady Eddie on the top.
He came from a hummus.
Does have a bit of the board on the bottom.
It's okay.
Back doors.
I could take it or leave it one day, you know?
Still don't see any diamonds.
I would hope
Jacks and Jack 10. 2 Broadway cards for JY.
he's got to be liberal. Like,
Blocks also the Broadway
am I telling you
for
how I vote?
jacks.
I actually have never voted before.
He's actually going to bet. Sorry, call. Steady Eddie's $30 bet.
No, don't worry. I got told the same thing when Trump.
Still no 10-9.
Because you didn't vote for the other candidate.
The bottom board, there's the 10-9. Bertram's got the nuts on the bottom. Bertram had raised significantly and vocalized it, so J-Win folded. It was not out of turn. Steady Eddie with a set of aces and potentially some draws. Doesn't have a real blocker to the diamonds. Kevin does have a diamond draw. Don't know if he can call 240 with just Jack High.
You're right.
Does have a gutter ball also on the bottom. Don't think he's going to call this. Card removal is too great in bomb pots. There's, as you can see, there are 2 9s already gone. So Kevin, being a smart player, is probably fold this. Of course, if he calls, it doesn't mean he's not smart. But I know Kevin, and he does fold.
Doug never gets corrected. The dealer just let it slide all the time.
Now we're down to 2 players. Right now we have nuts on the bottom and nuts on the top.
They're never going to forgive you, man. It'll be like 10 years later. They're going to be like,
6 doesn't do anything. The bottom board pairs, which will make the nut straight a little nervous. So Steady Eddie with the nuts on the top is not afraid of much. There's no straight, no flush yet.
It's like $100 in order to get rid of your button.
Having nothing that he can draw to on the bottom, I would jam the snot out of this thing for all $630. Aces are vulnerable here to the diamonds. Potential straights, broadways, 2-6 even, although you don't put anybody in this hand with 4-5 other than danglers, as we call them at PLO. He does check back.
No.
You got to go full
And
pot
we
there.
didn't see the final card, so, it's 4 and 3. So aces, sorry that didn't show up on our graphic. So the straight holds and the aces hold. So we're going to split this pot. Considering the initial flops, that pot stayed very reasonable. Bertram, the 7 squelched him pretty quick, and And Steady Eddie played that pretty steadily conservative.
Nothing on the bottom.
What's your philosophy, Uncle T, on building a pot when you don't have a made hand in a bomb pot,
But you're drawing to the nuts.
but you're drawing to the nuts?
I actually have changed somewhat on that. I've watched, I always tell people, you want to learn about bomb plots? Take a day off from work and play with our daytime bomb pot table. Because now you probably won't get on because those people show up every day. But they play, I got a chance to play with them several times, and they play bomb pots correctly. They play
Yeah.
bomb pots every day for 8 dang hours a day. They really know what they're doing. All they do is exchange money amongst themselves. I don't think any of them are ever up because they're all. I've seen my buddy Tong.
I've played that game a couple times.
Yeah,
and
you know what I'm
yeah.
talking about, though.
Yeah.
I've seen my buddy Tong fold quads because he,
Oh,
he
wow.
believed that the straight flush was there, and he was right.
Oh my goodness.
That's how good these. And they'll tell you this game doesn't start till the turn, and it's a folders game. So I've
Yeah.
become more of a pot builder. The $10, $15 Billy, our buddy Billy, is famous for putting a $10, $15 bet in to build a pot in case he hits the nuts and he gets jammed.
Yeah.
Out of it. I like it better than I used to.
Because he knows his disadvantage.
Just James is good. No, I'm sorry.
Actually,
Steady
Steady
Eddie's
Eddie's
good
got
with
top
king,
pair here.
but sorry,
Just
yeah,
James with
got a real
kind
smart
of a
ball
rough
going.
night, really. I mean, not terribly rough, but
No, he's
just
not.
kind of card dead. Hasn't really made any
Yeah.
hands.
Yeah, he's a good player though. That is not going to become impatient, as yours truly often
Yeah,
does.
Just James is rock solid. He has a plan when he plays poker, which I think is not everyone has.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
he executes it.
Always a nit. If they immediately say no, they're always a nit.
$20 straddle on here from Doug.
So I asked the chat, not that I got any responses because they've all gone into a coma, but I asked our question: what is the most money you've mucked accidentally?
Yeah. Well, chat, roll in. We would rather hear from you, but I'll answer the question. I have mucked pocket tens when I made a hero call on the river on a 2-queen board, and my opponent said 2 pair. And I thought, oh, well, he's got a better 2 pair. And I had 2 pair. I just heard 2 pair and was like, oh, I can't be. I got 1 pair. I was just thinking of this is a long time ago also.
Yeah.
I might add. But after that I was just like, no, just table your hand, and that's the best
That's very similar to
recommendation.
my aces up story that I told you
Yeah.
about the deuces hitting, and I'm so
Yeah.
irritated that he flopped like this flop 9-10 that I mucked my aces. It's that typical negative thoughts you have about aces from the beginning. I'm going to get beat by 2 crappy pair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or like a board like this where you're just locked up because somebody like
J-Win
hits
flops
the
a
diamond.
flush with
Yes.
7-5.
Yeah, and Steady Eddie's now going to pay the price for that. He's done this already.
I think
J-Win.
J-Win is making the most money on stream that I can recall with suited connectors.
Yeah, with gappers and connectors.
And gappers, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. He's hit boats. He's hit
He's
flushes a couple of
killing
times. And Kevin, gives it up too quickly. He's like, yes, look.
J-Win shows.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to be J-Win right now.
Yeah, he's like, go to pokercoaching.com.
And learn how to
Put in the
just be.
code J-Win.
I have a whole lesson on being a luck box.
Yeah, no, he's killing
If
it.
you listen to this later, J-Win, I say that with deep, deep love. If anybody deserves to be a luck box, it's you. Everybody is a luck box from time to time. That's the thing. I went through a session a couple sessions in a row a couple weeks ago where I'm like, boy, this game is so easy. That's one of those drive homes that I have where I'm like, I think
Yeah.
I need to go pro.
Oh, I'm this good at this.
Yeah, I just go pro. It's obviously an easy game. Make a grand a day.
So it'll
I'm
give me that
good.
option even if I sell to borrow from myself for a couple days. I don't know why.
Steady Eddie with the tanks.
Don't remember
pocket
the tens
tens.
coming up before. So
It's
I don't think
always
we've had a
like
pair
one of
of
my
tens.
least favorite. Those are just crappy jacks, is what I always say.
I'll never forget one time we did a stream and we were 90 hands in before the first pocket rockets.
Really?
So
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
statistically, that's like
Impossible.
incredibly improbable.
Right.
But king high flop here. Doug has a flush draw with queen 7 and makes the flush.
If you made cap gains on that, you have to pay taxes too.
That's why the stock says so just to avoid this.
JMO with the draw to the nut flush.
Well, be sure to
Only
still report it.
$30 in the middle here.
Document for that.
But yeah, they'll have the documents.
The worst thing in the world is Steady has a club
So I don't
for
have to
him.
manage that.
Yeah, if you use TurboTax.
Yeah, Steady has a club as well.
You just have to know what you're
Not a big pot.
go to and then know where it's
It's got big pot potential, depending on this card. Boink.
You know what I'm saying?
Another club.
And JMO is going to flop, or excuse me, river the nuts with his ace of clubs.
Oh, he
And
checked it.
checks to Doug.
He's not worried about the boat, Shirley. I'm sorry. I know you don't like to be called Shirley.
It's Schwab's money market.
Oh, that's fine.
Doug's going to go ahead and bet his queen high. He's got the second nuts.
He just totally feels good here that he got checked too. He feels like this is never not a winner.
Create a new account. It's like
I'm gonna do it.
you can get a high yield savings account.
He just calls.
Just calls. Yeah.
Reverend, go back to church.
It's like almost the same.
Doug, with his high fold, he loves to throw those cards 9 feet in the air.
But to be honest with you, the problem with that is like you really only want to do that if you're talking about money that you have a plan to use in the next 2
Yeah, I think that's a spot where
2 to 3 years. You just need to
it's something I've been working on in my game
What's spot
is to
that?
go for thin value when I'm sure the reason, obviously, the reason JMO didn't raise there is it's a paired board.
Yeah.
But I think you got to put a little extra in there in case you can get called by the third nuts.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a really good deal.
Well, the action was on
Excusing
Doug the
the,
whole time. So at that point, what are you concerned with? Is that he had a set and he hit the pair at the end to give him a boat? You can still find that out for $65, $75, even $115.
yeah.
And
And
it's
and
not
the
a-
other thing is if you raise and you're wrong, and you, by the way, we've got
Rockets.
Bertram with aces here.
and and Steady Eddie hitting top pair with an open ender.
Ooh, this could be fireworks.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally it doesn't do that. I don't know why. It's like I literally just told you just so I know.
Yeah, this is a huge flop if you're going to play 9-7 offsuit.
Yeah, it's about as good as you can get. This is where you have to have this conversation for yourself. If somebody bets big, well, what did I play this hand for? Because I'm never getting a better flop than this other than 2 9s.
Bertram checks. Ooh,
Oh,
10 on the turn.
yeah. Well, this is going to be an easy aces fold. This is like that moment you have when you have your aces. Like, of course, this is the way it ran out.
Yeah, this
'Cause
is
I
a
have
horrible
aces.
run out.
That's not advice. We're just asking.
He's going to hate calling or he's going to hate folding. Which one is least expensive?
No, I mean I'm asking because I'm just curious. I mean I just want to hear. I just want to.
Five of diamonds on the river.
He's a very intelligent person. You know?
Any 7
Honestly.
Yep.
is a straight. And that is Steady Eddie with the straight
I hit him
now.
with the compliments too much. You know?
Bertram has his aces cracked.
I'm trying to.
Let's see how big the Fisher's going to be.
You're probably like not honestly gonna
He
teach me.
calls.
Oh, bet, call.
Well, I went.
Yeah, we didn't see the bet.
We'll
but
see. It
was
looks
at-
like
oh, it was
$200,
$150.
maybe 175
Yeah,
or 150.
yeah, 150.
Excuse
We
me.
didn't get the graphics, so sorry about that, folks. I blame Mel.
Just get curious.
But I blame Mel for everything.
Curious person.
I sneezed 3 times in a row the other day, and I was like, "Dang it, Mel!"
No. You blow it all on New York Jets.
827 headed Steady Eddie's way.
Oh, that's your version of investing. Yeah, I don't need to hear from you.
Nice hand for him.
Oh man, y'all don't know how much fun this is. I mean, I appreciate the hundreds of thousands of dollars they pay Wham and I to do this, but I would do it for free.
I think 10% is way too high, but I hover around 5 to 6.
I just enjoyed my producer Mel, who told me that when I was talking about her ears were ringing. And I had to correct her and say, "No, your ears were burning." And she goes, "No, my ears ring all the time." So
More rockets. Just James this
Oh.
time.
we're making up for lost rockets.
He's been very
We have found the stockpile.
quiet, but he finally got best hand in No Limit Hold'em.
Unfortunately, not a lot for him to call. JMO is going to call him with suited ace. Fishmax
Yeah.
called with 6-5.
Couple of hearts would be.
Doink.
Oh, and
Well, oh my gosh.
both
Oh my
for
gosh.
just James and top pair for JMO.
Oh, well, is JMO. Oh, Reverend. You just got baptized.
Just James
Oh.
has it locked up on the flop and hoping somebody has a king. Unfortunately, nobody with the king. But
Ouch. This is the point where if Lottie had been here, he would have woken everybody up with his reaction. We tried really hard not to be too loud, but I wanted to go, oh! Oh, my gosh.
oh wow, and JMO makes the call here.
Wow.
Hard on the rip.
James is like,
eight of
how,
clubs.
how do I turn this $227 pot into a $500 pot? I got to figure out how I can do this. What does he have?
I think he's
He's got a king. It would be perfect.
I think he's got to be between an
130.
overbet
Good
or
bet.
a value bet, which he just
And
did,
he's
and
not
I
gonna
would
get
probably
paid.
lean that way.
Show him.
And actually,
He doesn't
JMO
even
gets
show
away.
it. He doesn't even show it. I'd be so proud of that flop. I hope he tipped Jesse well because that was all Jesse's work.
But actually, to something we talked about earlier is when you flop top set with a big pair like that,
Yeah.
it's so hard to get paid off.
Yeah, we've talked about that.
Yeah.
We love flopping nutted hands. We love those ginormous flops.
I'd rather flop a set of fours on an ace high board than flop top set of aces any day.
I agree. And there's not a 1-2 player out there that doesn't think you're at least a little bit nuts. But
Probably.
you're absolutely right. It's just impossible to get paid. I told you about the hand where I had 5-6 clubs and the board came out 3-4-7 of clubs, and the young man paid me off all the way till the turn where he jammed, and I of course called. I thought he had the nut clubs, but then he said to me, "How many times do you want to run it?" And I'm like, "We can run it as many times as you want to." And he looked back at the board and he goes, "No way." So, I mean, there are times when you get
Yeah.
paid, but they're so rare.
Yeah.
And it's something like that where 5-6 clubs just gets everything.
At the same time, on that particular board, I got paid off flopping.
Really?
It was it was the similar to the one we just saw, but you need your opponent to have a king, as JY wins a small one here with ace king. J win, the biggest J winner.
Oh,
2.1K.
Dad. I'm the dad.
Just James actually quietly in second.
And
in terms
an
of
amazing
earnings.
comeback by Kevin Y, who's down $800.
Unbelievable.
$2,200 swing. $2,300 swing. So, Kevin, we're tired of, even when you're getting crushed, us having to say nice things about you. If you listen to this later, you know how much I hate to say nice things about you, and you always make me do it. I mean, I'd rather say nice things about Doug. That tells you everything you need to know.
So we've got King 10 off in the low jack for Steady Eddie.
Of course, you know what Kevin would say if I said, "Great comeback."
I learned something new about you guys.
Not much.
Thanks. That's about all I get out of him.
Yeah.
Inside his head, he's like, "Back off, man. I'm a professional." Which is a movie quote that you don't know because you probably didn't see the first Ghostbusters, did you? Damn it.
Middle pair here for Steady Eddie.
Oh, my gosh.
Bertram with an air ball here, 9-5 suited. He's going to bet and actually win.
You run into MH here, he does data.
And I would say that's utilizing your tight image. And the A-side board is going to favor your range. It's a nice hand there for Bertram.
He was playing here for a bit, I guess.
Yeah, I had a player tell me once that they had a really tight image.
All right, my favorite pocket pair, Just James, has the fours.
Yeah, but I have no use for fours. Fives, I get excited.
Played with him yesterday.
Who?
Rooting Just James.
James? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, never mind.
Give the man a 4.
Give the man. Oh, you're rooting for him.
Sure. It's my
Okay.
favorite hand.
I'm going to root for Jackson here. Fish Max got a really nice little 10-9.
Bertram
Did he
with
fold
ace
this 10-9?
10.
Well, okay.
Got a queen high
we
board.
read-
Oh, and a set for Just James.
You called
We
it.
got there.
You called it. Didn't get the dog
Unfortunately,
in the window, but
JMO
he got
with
it.
not much.
No, and I there was an ace 10 and a 10-9 showed there. And I can't believe the cards that flew by us that the people were folding what they said they had. So I'm going to assume that was some sort of internet malfunction caused by solar flares.
Rainbow board. So Just James can just call as he does.
Yeah, if Fishmax really did fold 9-10, he's not happy right now. And I'm pretty sure it was 9-10 of spades.
Ooh, and a pair there for JMO, but it's going to be tough for terrible run out
It's
for
the
Just
worst.
James
It's like
as well.
for both
Any
players.
10 makes a straight.
Yeah.
I think this is when you have to blocker bet.
Yeah.
And he does exactly that. $50.
Obviously, the poker coach is sitting next to me. So he listened to your advice. Maybe Jackson or JMO thinking about some vulnerability, like he knows that's a blocker feeler kind of bet, and he's going to do it. He's going to make him pay. He's like he doesn't have a 10 or
he induces a raise and
he
makes
gets
the
snapped.
quick call.
He gets snapped.
Really
Wow.
nice by
Wow.
Just James.
I am so impressed with that snap. I mean, it's like Just James set him up to take a stab at it. And knew he didn't have it.
That was poker poetry.
And I think it's because of the turn.
Yeah.
That he thought, no, the 10 would have bet.
Yeah, I think
Wow.
Just James, it's a blocker bet. He probably is okay with being flat called, but he induced the raise. He's not folding a hand as strong as a set of fours. And just, of course, there's a part of you thinking, well, if he has a 10, he has it, but I'm going to call here.
No, that's just like Doug's snap on the bomb pot. I just felt like a total setup. It's bloody brilliant.
Yeah. Great
That's
play.
2 hands where I've been like, wow. That's when you know that these people are so much better than you ever want to be.
I could get a read off of them on one thing.
Doug here with the Ace King's
I
offsuit.
don't say no, but I'm pretty sure. I mean,
Nobody else with too much. Kevin, suited ace, ace
I had
6.
that a lot tonight, Kevin has. Although I will say I hate
Yeah, he's had a lot of
ace six.
small suited aces. Jack high flop, everybody misses. Backdoor diamonds for Kevin. It's about the only thing working.
Now these two guys have danced a lot, so I can see them checking till something makes them not check. Kevin does hit his diamond draw, and he'll probably bet it because it's going to get checked to. So he's going to make a $40 bet here.
Yeah,
He checks it back. Wow.
a little surprised with the check back.
Ace King's good.
Let's say hypothetically.
Yep, they do not want to. The music may be playing, but they ain't dancing.
I'm gonna go data mining on J-Win.
Very curious. Well, Kevin has.
Oh wait a minute!
Excuse
It
me.
changed
he hit
the
his
card.
nut flush.
Yes, it changed the card. It showed a 5.
Yeah, we just had a correction here.
Okay, so he's gonna bet. He's gonna throw out a
He
Doug
just
bet.
jams.
He
He
just
threw out
out
one chip.
a $5 bet.
Oh, he did just throw.
And Jesse's letting him know it has to be $10. Sorry, we have a straddle. It's got to be $10.
It's only okay if Doug does it.
And this is this is Doug's like, what are you doing? That's what I do. Is I throw out a min bet.
Floor.
Floor live stream.
I want to know the.
Are they calling the floor really on
Yeah.
Kevin for not throwing out $10?
All right, yeah, get the floor
It's
over
the-
here. Make Kevin pay the $5.
Floor live stream.
Yes.
No offense, if there's anyone.
Oh, that's right. Doug did do it with 5. So we are getting the worst call of a floor in the history of the live stream. $5 is at stake here, and we're going to get the proper ruling. Jesse right now is like, I am so glad I'm not the floor being called over. I'm just the dealer. I'm going to let you answer the question. Does it have to be $10? Can't hear what Kevin's saying. And I can't read his lips for obvious reasons. As far as I know, he did not bring his face with him tonight.
Second floor.
And we're going to take a little bit of our live stream to figure out the $10 conundrum that is surfaced.
You're right.
Yeah, can we turn this up?
You bet 5 against me.
Well, he told me it was invalid.
All right, looks like they got it worked out here. Do what to remind everybody once again. We have a new $1,000 guaranteed PLO tournament every Tuesday here at Texas Card House Austin. Start with 30K, 20-minute levels, 7 p.m. every Tuesday. New tournament. So we'll be back to the action here. Hand 80.
You said it's 5? Is that
We'll be with you until 10 o'clock Central.
5 minimum? I just want a ruling for consistency.
If we're gonna change the stakes of the game and make it a 3-blind game, then it'll be
Hop in the chat.
We've said it's 2-5-7.
Feel free to chime in.
Right, so is it
Very happy
terminology?
to engage.
Everybody agrees it's 2-5-10.
Just to get it straight.
Everybody said yes.
Okay, so then the minimum bet would be 10. If it's 2-5-10.
I don't personally care.
Does it depend on the terminology? Like if we call it 2-5 mandatory 10 straddle, or if it's just 2-5-10? Like is it?
Yeah, because if it's
So it looks like we got that sorted out.
for 5 or 10 or whatever in any game,
Back to 2-5-10,
whatever the big line would be. You see what I'm saying? But if it's
mandatory straddle.
a mandatory thing where everybody's doing it, then the minimum bet should be 10.
Okay, so then Kevin owes Doug $5 because he bet 5 and got called. Yeah. So then Kevin owes him $5.
Kevin
I'm sorry,
with
I'm not like
8-6 suited of clubs. J-Win with a very playable hand. However, from the small blind, not your favorite place to have King Jack offsuit. He will 3-bet and win. Nice play by J-Win. Probably not disappointed to just take that money down. King Jack offsuit, out of position, not your favorite spot.
The lodge is
But
changing.
good
Like,
if you
for a
three
while,
bet
was
it
changing, like,
the
every
way he
game.
did
We
there.
were asking like a 2-5, do you chop the 2? Or like, do you chop the 5 or no?
And
then we
Doug
got-
here waking up with the Cowboys. He's got pocket
PLO is
kings.
like, what are we doing? 5, 10, 20 with like $50 bomb pots, and there was debate as to whether you could bet like 35 or not. And one floor said yes, one floor said no.
Nobody else with much.
A $25 bomb pot, and they were asking if we could bet 35. That's a lot. Or if you have to bet increments of 20.
And unfortunately for Doug, he's just going to win 17 bucks there.
You can bet in increments of 5. And it's 25 in the game.
Is that $5 for value or below?
I guess he was bluffing.
Yeah, unfortunate to wake up with a hand like pocket kings and no action,
He thought you might
especially in early position.
They say,
I was betting for value that other time. I did.
What's your favorite poker? Do you normally play here?
Bertram.
So Doug gets a walk with the Doyle Brunson hand, 10 deuce, Texas Dolly, godfather of poker. Fish Max here has the max hand. He's got a couple of bullets. Aces in the under the gun +1. And Kevin waking up with ace king, and Bertram also with ace king. All the aces accounted for. What a spot for Fish Max.
Apparently he bombs a lot. Yeah, apparently he bombs a lot, but like inside joke.
He stands to win a enormous spot. Although it looks like a lot of the other kings have folded out here.
Next time invite us out and
So Fish is just gonna jam, and $566, and Kevin has a player behind. Might be able to get away here.
I'm gonna do one. I'm gonna leave it tomorrow actually. Tomorrow for a week, and then I'll go back again for the main.
I'm not sure Bertram will be able to.
Currently, I have 4 events on my calendar. I think I might cancel the 2 online ones. But I've read they want you to send in a utility bill, and then apparently like backlog.
Kevin stuffs it.
WSOP just traded.
He's all in. Bertram
But like it lost
in the blender with ace king.
through all that again. So I'll just play live. Right now I have 2. No, I have a win. And
If he can get away here, this is a bit of a gift from Kevin, because
they overlap.
Wait, really? If you catch them,
once an opponent calls behind,
Or win the first one 400.
ace king shrinks up pretty quick. You could be against aces or kings a lot of the time, which is really what you're worried about.
I'm out. I'm thinking the rest of the stuff. I'll come back with the main.
I think he gets away here.
I don't care. I don't know if we can do it. I'll do it however many.
You know, just another boring
Does
hand.
not.
Another boring hand. Wow. Have we had some of these tonight or what? This
Unbelievable.
Is crazy.
3 players next to each other with all the aces in the deck.
And the king hits, it's going to get so ugly. I'm calling
I
for it.
think we had
Let's have it. Come on, Jess.
the kings fold out, so I think actually Fish Max is like almost
I believe in the
have the
ponytail.
nuts.
The king's coming. I believe in the power of the pony.
I saw a king 7 suited fold, so
Wow.
yeah, Fish Max triple up.
Wow.
$3,227.
Well, he's been waiting for that hand all freaking night, hasn't he?
You know, I think the important thing
Yeah, it wouldn't matter.
with hands like that is
I didn't realize that they were already all in. That's what I get for walking out and
oh.
taking a whiz. I
Yeah,
missed them.
well,
Yeah.
everybody
It's
needs a break once in a while,
yeah,
but
especially my age.
yeah,
How
I
is
mean,
your prostate, by the way?
sometimes you just find yourself in magical spots,
We talking
and you
about
have to be-
prostates or the hand there?
and you just have to be patient enough to let it materialize.
Yeah. Wow.
Um,
That was pretty magical.
yeah.
So
Aces
Fish Max
versus
was with
2
renewed
ace
vigor.
kings.
Jay Wynn playing the top of what's been his range tonight.
I suspect he's going to plop a straight. JMO has pocket kings.
Well, he can't have the straight flush, so yeah. Kings for JMO. Wow. 3-bet to 150. Jay Wynn's going to call. Going to look at his stack first.
Jay
Oh,
Wynn
folds it.
gets away.
Gets away from his.
I'm gonna
Sure
guess
thing
that
straight.
he calls if he has position,
Yeah.
but
And he's got a player in the middle too.
yeah,
So. Also, Jackson's probably developed a bit of a tight reputation because of his lack of hands tonight. So, well, you can't have everything after aces versus ace king.
on to a bomb pot. Hand 85. Thanks everybody for joining us thus far. We'll be with you until about 10 o'clock Central.
$5 Barcelona time.
5 o'clock for Madrid.
Madrid and Barcelona. I miss those Messi Ronaldo days. Just something wrong with Messi being in Miami. I'm sorry. There is a very, very fleshy board.
Who has diamonds? Or a 3?
Well, Doug has a 3.
Doug has a 3.
And surprisingly, 3 of his cards are overs to the 3s.
Yeah, it is. It's actually, I was surprised that
Jesse putting the
Oh,
cards
wow.
in a
And he
tight little
knows
cluster.
depends. Yeah. The higher
he has the virtual nuts because of the card removal on the top.
Yep.
So Pocket Jacks is the only thing that can beat him.
Highly
on the bottom.
unlikely. Although Fishmax does have a jack. The diamonds are in play for Eddie. Not great diamonds at 10-9. But he does that. Oh, he's open-ended to the straight flush with 10-9 of diamonds. I'm looking for card removal from that, and I don't see any queen of diamonds or 8 of diamonds. So that straight flush is live. Eddie's going to call, rightfully so.
Probably the biggest game the biggest in terms of number of people. Yeah.
And now he's a little stronger because the ace of diamonds shows up on the better.
Referred several people there. They've all told me it was great. Minus the rate. It's like if you don't have any other options, man. And this is like one of those penthouse suites. What is it? Like 25 and 50 depending on the six.
Doug has an ace, so his boat improves. I'm sorry, he gets a boat.
Yeah, so Doug
It's got the nuts on the bottom
Has it
aside
locked
from
up?
pocket jacks, which we know are not coming. Kevin's going to actually call
I was gonna make a joke earlier.
with his Broadway and his King Jack.
Race 2. Like, 8 years, you guys will be the same age. We'll split it together. That was on my list.
And there it is, the straight flush.
Wow.
The diamond hits.
Straight flush for
Straight
Steady
flush
Eddie.
so we've got basically nut.
No, I'm from New York.
And Kevin in the middle of
Came here for college.
Nut Town.
I went to high school on.
Yeah, Kevin.
Eddie crushes this, just throws everything at it, hoping that Doug will fold to aces, thinking that aces over threes. I think Doug's too strong to do that.
I really like that.
And there he goes, full bore.
So you go to Cornell, what are you doing here?
Yeah, with the jack on the top board is an important card for Doug's hand.
Yeah,
He's got to feel very confident that he's good,
of
and
course,
he is.
Kevin is gone. Oh, he's going to pour
And-
out the prettiness.
As played, $120 profit for each, but that's the nature of bomb pots.
Yep. It's a
And Doug
lot of
actually
chips.
had reason to believe he might somehow get away with both.
Yep.
Um,
And of course, being the very veteran players they are, nobody even thinks 2 seconds about somebody making a straight flush.
I think a lot of people agree, but I think Dallas is the best person. I mean, it's so much easier too.
have you ever had a royal flush
I've had several.
in no limit?
Yeah.
Several.
Well, I've had 2
Wow.
in no limit. I've had several more. A couple more
In bomb pots? Yeah.
Matter of fact, I made the Royal about a month ago, and the very good player, the board had a pair of 9s out there. And I asked him, I said, did you have the, because he only called me and then rolled his eyes when I showed the Royal. And I said, did you have the nut boat? He said, no. I said, do you have a boat? He goes, no. I said, did you have quad 9s? And he said, yes. And he showed
wow.
the player to his left. He said, he did. He had quad 9s. I said, you did not come over the top of my $130 bet? I said, I bow down to you. He goes, well,
Yeah.
no, it was out there for everybody to see. And I'm like, yeah,
Was
but
it a 1-card royal?
yeah, it was. I was
okay.
playing a set of queens on the bottom.
Yeah.
So I was concentrating on the queens. And I saw that I had it, that I had the possibility to hit the ace. Wow.
Well, folks, speaking of big hand versus big hand, we've got Fish Max here with queens, and JY has the Cowboys.
And
can
some
see
good
some
hands,
fireworks here.
Some good hands to call with if we don't get too crazy pre-flop. Yeah, Steady Eddie and JMO definitely will be tempted to call, but he's gonna push real hard here. This is
Unfortunately,
gonna-
Fish Max just had the amazing
Yeah, he's
scenario with aces versus ace king and ace king.
yeah, his
now he's-
$500 bet is gonna get jammed
Yeah,
into. but
JY is gonna
He's gonna
be
jam
chomping at the
this.
bit here. He's just gonna put it in.
Well, he's a bit of a nit, and being a nit myself sometimes, I get it. He's going to nit roll here. And, gosh, I thought he was going to push his cards in there for a second.
Yeah, for a
Made
second.
my heart
There's
jump.
no way he's folding.
Okay, so this, folks, is not a slow roll. This is, I had this happen to me, and Lottie, God bless him, said, folks, this is a nit roll. This is a very deliberate player who is seriously concerned about aces. So chat all you want on here. Say all the things you want to say about him.
I'm at that level where like,
Well, dude,
like one day I'll be a good at that.
here we go.
He was always calling,
Goes in.
but
What if the tank that was, man?
yeah, and Fishmax is not happy right now with that net roll. I don't really blame him either.
I hope I have a daughter. That'd be great.
Fishmax has still not called. I think he knows he's behind, but
And they immediately asked for 2 boards. I don't know if JY will give it to him.
No. You have kings, right? You have kings.
They are going to run it twice.
first board for JY, second board also.
No justice, no
So
peace.
kings will hold here for JY. $1,800 pot headed his way. Actually, speaking of knit rolling, I'm curious your thoughts on what that means. So I think in the spot where there's still more money to go in the pot, it's okay to
Yeah, and I'm
pretend like you have a
I am. No, I think I was
more of a
I told my
decision than you
yeah, and,
actually have.
I was like,
that's
hey,
that's my
just
mistake
so
because
you
I
know,
thought that Fishmax jammed.
Oh, that it. Oh,
No,
I
I
see.
mean, I called
That
out
he
his
could just
$500
call.
bet,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's
yeah,
still a bit of a nit roll. But I get what you're saying.
yeah.
Again, it's the joy of being able to see what everybody has. I think that there's a little bit of a. If he really was net rolling, he would have just called there.
Yeah. Well, I think.
If he was doing what you're talking about, which is disguising the strength of his hand,
Yeah, it's like where I don't think there's anything
JY
wrong
was
with.
acting like he had gone
Yeah.
all in.
My gosh, we've got big hand versus big hand all night.
This is blowing 2
We've
weeks.
got just
2 weeks,
jams with ace jack
2 weeks ago
suited.
away.
JY with another big hand. He wakes up with ace king after having pocket kings.
And we had a jack flash by is already being gone. So we've got some odds more in favor of the ace king.
Queen high flop.
Bit of a
2
dry
hearts.
board. Going to end up being a fairly small pot for these big monsters.
Bet from just James.
Great bet, too. Pot size bet. It's a really good bet because this will get exactly what he's targeted. Again, I'd love to live in James's head sometimes because he's read this situation so perfectly. And
Yeah,
again,
I don't know.
this is a very deliberate player that should fold this hand in the end, but he's going to take his time.
Yeah, I don't know how JY continues here. This hits just James's range. Yeah.
Great bet.
Yeah, the thing is, your ace or your king may not be good on the river.
I'm not a big believer. Matter of fact, I hate it when players don't tip well or tip at all. But I almost am okay with that not tipping the dealer because that was all the player. I always say if you run through a hand like the aces, with the ace, king coming out, throw it at the dealer. Whatever money you make, they deserve it. They did all the work. Hand like that was all the player.
Yeah.
That was a great play by James. Now, I'm joking. I'm kind of throwing the tip into it as a curveball. But in reality, their hands where the cards played themselves, their hands where the dealer or the player is the hand.
So we've got a bunch of junk here.
Yeah, we
Fish
haven't
Max
had to
actually
say
with the
that
best
very
hand.
often. have we?
Yeah, we've been so used to aces versus queens or ace king. Ace high flop, nobody with any part of that.
Jay Wynn needs a Celsius.
Fish Max actually ahead with 9 high, 8 kicker.
That's it. Maybe steaming
and
a
we
bit.
move along.
He's already selling
He's had a very up and down night. Back down 1,000 after that hand. Kevin, you made a lot of progress. Backed up a little bit. Jay Wynn has surfed card deadness for the last hour, but is still up 2,000.
I don't think there's anything to spite for
Yeah, just James and Doug also winning along with JY after that big hand with the Kings.
Yep.
Oh. I mention all the time at the table, and some of the dealers tell me to shut up. That's fine. I mention TCH lost cleanest all the time. Nicest room in the state.
Jay Wynn, gonna play ace 5. Here we go. I'm sure wishes it was suited,
No.
but just James with the pocket eights. The snowman. To a flop. King high. Everybody misses. King 9-7, 2 diamonds. Another 7 on the turn after check.
James really likes that card. Neither one of them bet.
Yeah, great.
Minimizing
And
the pot. Now there's 2
does not
overs.
like the flush making jack on the river, but yeah, I think they're just gonna show it down.
Snowman.
How does it feel like putting out $400 straddle?
So we are on hand 90. We will be with you for 4 more hands. Hand 94. will be
Good
the
night of
conclusion.
poker. Very entertaining.
Amazing night of
Yeah,
poker.
I thought a couple of weeks ago when we had all those premiums that was pretty amazing, but this was much stronger. We've had maybe 15-minute, 2 15-minute intervals of just no action. This has been very active. The players have been bounding chips back and forth across the table. That's why nobody is a huge winner at this point, and nobody is a huge loser.
Yeah, it's been pretty balanced. I agree with you. It's kind of amazing. Poker has variance, obviously, and when you're an individual at a table, as we see a queen high flop, fish max ahead, pair of threes, steady Eddie, gutter, and 2 overs to fish max. But when you are involved in every hand for 4 hours for 9 players, it's amazing how different one stream can be to the next.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I think that's a great way to analyze it. I think we talk too much in poker about math. But one of the things that I did study and kind of when I took up Hold'em as obviously where most of the poker was going to go, and reading Super System, reading Esfandiari's book on cash games, one of the things that I paid most attention to was the variance and the long-term strategies. And, Doyle's book, I think, broke down hands so perfectly and so exhaustively. I mean, there's a reason that book is bigger than the Bible.
It's the
it's
poker Bible.
It is
basically.
because it just exhaustively goes through all those things. And then you have Esfandiari's book, which is a paperback novel that should have Wuthering Heights, kind of picture on the front. That's the other side of it, which is about how do you deal with individual players, how do you deal with individual situations, reading tables, reading players, and how to play cash game to make the long-term profit margin. I think that the variance part of that it's like those are like the math book and the people book is what I always think of them as.
Yeah.
I think that the combination of that, once you get the math down, and then the variance becomes a conversation you have about the long-term strategy and the understanding what your
Yeah.
best strategy is for making money in the long run.
And I think as we got Ace King suited here for Kevin Y, middle pair for Bertram. No, I totally agree, and I think that somewhat related is just the ability to lose the least when it's not going your way. So if you get cooler,
yeah,
how can you figure out how to minimize, a bad night? And
yeah.
how can you figure out how to maximize a good night?
How do you recover from a bad string or
Yeah.
streak most effectively? Do you tighten up? Do you loosen up? Putting yourself in a position to win.
Hmm.
How do you absorb the variance so that
Yeah.
you almost use it in your favor? I don't think it's ever in anybody's favor, but it's just what it is.
Yeah.
We talk about variance in PLO a lot more than you talk about it in Hold'em.
Oh, it's huge in PLO.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you become, but I think you can back that into being a better Hold'em player. So,
I agree. Yeah.
well, we got philosophical at the end, didn't we?
So we're on to hand 92. We got a couple more for you. Well, 3, including this one.
Yeah, we always end up in a bomb pot, just like we always start off. As I suffer my third neurological event of the evening. Sorry, we had a little. You didn't see the blurriness. Yeah, that always makes me feel like I need to go
JY with
get
the
an
suited
MRI.
ace. Under the gun, which actually is the straddle for this hand. Looks like we're going to get caught up here. Looks like JY raised 35. Steady Eddie's going to make the call with 5 deuce.
Boink.
And he has flopped the flush with a steel wheel draw. 4 of spades would give him the steel wheel.
Hey, he's already made one straight flush tonight. Why not make another?
I told my wife
He had the diamonds in
And
the bomb
JY
pot.
with top pair.
Just gonna sneakily call.
Yeah, but
He also doesn't want to see a spade come out.
Oh, and he gets there.
Unless
the
it's the
steel
four
wheel
spades.
for
Unless
Steady
it's the
Eddie.
four spades. It's gonna, oh my gosh. Yeah, there's.
Oh, unfortunately, that's going to be an action killer, but
Yeah, because the ace-4 was a great card.
a straight flush for
Oh,
Steady
JY's betting
Eddie.
into. JY's betting into it. This is going to be the most interesting small pot we've had. That's
Look
for
at
damn
Steady
sure.
Eddie's chest. See if he's. When people get big hands,
He's
it'll-
too steady. He's too
Yeah,
steady.
he's too steady, I guess.
Now he's going to come over the top here. This is he's having a hard time calling. Gosh, does he have a king of spades?
This is the first steel wheel I remember on the stream.
Yeah, I don't recall.
What a
him.
moment for Steady Eddie.
And to have the spades run out like that is just such an unfortunate occurrence because he's never getting called when he raises here.
And he's bet into $60 from JY.
Yeah, and he's going to bet 120 as a min bet, and he's never getting called. Love the hand, hate the 6 at the end. So he actually doesn't have the steel wheel anymore. He's got the 6-eye straight flush.
Oh yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna bet, and he's gonna fold his 2 pair and gonna go. This sucks.
I don't recall ever
Show him
seeing
the
a,
hand.
a 6-card
Shows the
straight
hand.
flush.
Yeah, I'm trying to think
Or
if I have
5 card. Or 6. Yeah.
6 card. Yeah, 6 card
Yeah.
straight flush.
Probably a date.
What a hand for Steady Eddie.
Yeah, well, the thing is that my dad had one.
Yeah,
Incredible
unfortunately that 6, he went from having
Yeah,
a
it
steel
killed
wheel to
his
having a
action.
rusty nail because it killed
Yeah.
his action.
My
Do you
stepmom.
like
Yeah.
that? Steel wheel,
Kind of like
rusty
flopping
nail?
top set with a big pair. Yeah.
Did you even hear what I said? I thought that was so smooth.
Yeah, my dad.
I said he went from having a steel wheel to having a rusty nail. I mean, come on, man. I stayed up till 3 o'clock in the morning last night writing for just if that happened.
You wrote that joke
I
yesterday?
did. I did.
Okay.
I think you should,
No, that's the other one. You treat him well, he'll bring you back.
We
I do.
so Mel is
I actually, yeah, I don't pre-think, but good comedy is effort. That's what Jerry Seinfeld said. So I'm not good comedy, so I don't obviously didn't put in the effort. But I have thought about if somebody gets this, I'm going to say
I
that.
believe that I'm
I do write those down. So I can't believe I just said that
so
live.
final no limit hold'em hand here. We've got Steady Eddie, J Win, Fish Max, JY, all with something here.
I generally support like
7 high flop. So JY's pocket nines are still going to be good. Everybody with
cared
overs.
about animal rights. Oh, yeah. I just had a vegan chili. I mean, hey. Kevin's upset he can't be as progressive as I am.
8 of diamonds on the turn. Give Steady Eddie a nut flush draw.
I moved to Austin because it was so.
Pocket nine still ahead, along with
No,
a
we can't afford a house in Austin.
straight draw.
Can't afford housing. In
So
Austin.
we've got a. So Steady's got a
excuse
nut
me.
diamond. No, this
Actually,
diamond comes out.
has
This is
the
going to get
straight.
real ugly. Yeah, it has the straight.
JY.
Oh,
could-
the diamond
and
hits.
there's a
Oh
flush.
my, how many times have we
Nut
had
flush.
these coolers at the end?
Nut flush for Steady Eddie. So he
And
goes.
Jay Wynn's going to think he's good. He's thinking about how much do I bet here? I've got a $367 pot. He's going to overbet it again to make it look bluffy. No,
Yeah.
he just value bets 125.
What a wild ending with Steady Eddie. He goes from last hand, he makes steel wheel, then 6 high straight flush.
And he's got
And now
diamonds.
he rivers
JY's
the
got
nut
diamonds
flush.
also.
Government programs.
Everybody's got diamonds.
Becoming more.
Raise incoming.
And I don't see how Kevin doesn't call this a min raise, although that is more suspicious.
Yeah, the min raise is puts off alarm bells.
And he folds it. He insta folds.
Wow.
Jay Wynn, you're a master.
Yeah, Jay Wynn knew.
You are paying attention to your own coaching, I guess.
Well, Steady Eddie on a heater here.
Now, I'm sure if I asked Jay Wynn about that hand, he's going to go, of course he had an ace. I mean,
Yeah.
it was a
Yeah.
min bet. He min clicked me. So, of course, he's got the ace. That's where you almost would say steady. You bet 400 on that pot, you're more likely to get a call.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah, it looks too suspicious.
If your bet is not, when you got the nuts, if your bet is not somewhat polarizing, I don't feel like you did it right. I have that conversation with myself all the time. It's like sometimes you got to throw some of your own variance into there in the person's mind.
Yeah.
You got to throw your own. Like
live
why?
stream.
I have said that out loud at the table so many times. Why would you ever bet that big?
Yeah.
I know what the answer is, but a lot of times I don't believe the player's good enough to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do.
Now, if I'm playing against you and I'm thinking you are never betting 500 into a $327 pot unless you just absolutely want to create this conflict in my head.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think the min click is the only way a min click I think is good is if you're doing it as a bluff for the most part.
Yeah.
But
I agree.
all right, so we're on to the final hand of the night. Thanks everybody for joining us. Hop in the chat if you have a final comment or question.
Thank you so much for spending your Monday night with us.
Thanks for being with Uncle T and I. I'm Kyle Whammo Frisbee. And this hand is going quickly
Looks
here.
like a set for Fish Max on the top is good.
Yeah, Fish Max actually has a scoop.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, the Kings are good. on
Yeah.
both boards because of the fours. Oh, he's got the four. He's got the four. So he's got a trips with ace king
Yeah.
is back up, and he's got kings on the top. I don't know. That's not something you can bet very easily. He's going to get a caller
Still
from
doesn't.
Bert.
Yeah, it's not a hand that you love, but that will take it down for Fish Max.
He's happy to end it.
What
with
an
Hornet.
incredible stream. I
Yeah,
mean,
that
we
was a
saw
lot of
some
fun.
crazy hands.
Well, thank you, everybody. Please be safe. And Kyle and I will be back next Monday, as I've been told, with Mel, our producer, who's giving us the woot woot in the background. Thank you. Good night.
All right. Thanks, everybody. I'm Kyle Wemo Frisbee. He's been Uncle T. Mel, the producer, standing right here. Did a great job all night.
That's what the world
Thanks,